A very good morning and welcome to Byju's exam prep. Welcome to the second class for international relations. Yesterday being the first class, we covered some very important topics. We discussed few introductory concepts and we had started with India and its neighborhood. So under India and its neighborhood, we had covered a part of India-Nepal relations. Essentially, we were talking about the Himalayan states, which are neighbors of India, that is starting with Nepal, and then we are going to discuss India and Bhutan. So we had completed almost half of the chapter. We had discussed how India-Nepal relations developed over the years. We spoke about various challenges and problems that we have faced in the last few years, especially the rise of anti-India sentiments with a pro-China tilt. This had become the biggest challenge for India in the last few years. Under leaders like KP Oli, India was accused of excessively interfering in Nepal's internal matters. And based on this, anti-India sentiments were strongly promoted. So Nepal has often played India against China. China also has been deeply interested in Nepal. So this remains a challenge for India even today. We still have several issues in the relationship, but apart from that, we do have close cooperation as well. Nepal remains a close partner for India, and we do have several initiatives that we take up together. So today, first we are going to understand why China is so interested in Nepal. What is the reason that China keeps interfering in Nepal? Let's discuss that first, and then we will cover the remaining topics and close this topic. So first, let's begin with China's role in Nepal. I want to give you an idea regarding China's interference in Nepal, what motivates China to do this, and based on that, we'll continue the discussion. See, Nepal is home to a lot of Tibetan refugees. As I discussed yesterday, China annexed Tibet in 1950. This was a forceful annexation. And since then, China has faced internal opposition. The Tibetan Buddhists, they rebelled against Chinese annexation, and it led to a crisis in Tibet in 1950s. In fact, in 1959, there was a Tibetan uprising that China crushed with force. So following these incidents from 1950 to 1959, there was a massive refugee crisis. The Tibetans fled the region and they sought asylum in India and in Nepal. So India and Nepal, they took the Tibetan refugees and they're settled both in India and Nepal. So China obviously looks at the Tibetan refugees as anti-national elements. China looks at the Tibetan refugees as a threat. It had opposed the sheltering of Tibetan refugees by India and Nepal. So China wants to keep a check on the activities of Tibetan refugees, both in India and Nepal. Later in India-China chapter, I'll explain how India has sheltered the Tibetan refugees. We have settled the Tibetan refugees in the country, and we have even allowed them to set up a parallel government in exile at Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh. So China opposes these Tibetan political activities where they are seeking liberation from China. So China looks at them as anti-national elements, and it wants to keep a close surveillance, a close check on Tibetan activities. This is one prime motivation for China to constantly meddle in Nepal, because a number of refugees are settled in Nepal as well. Is that clear? Then apart from that, China wants to counter the Indian influence. Since India has been the traditional influence in Nepal, China wants to counter the Indian influence and upset the balance in the region. This is driven by China's five-finger policy. China's five-finger policy is what drives China to meddle in Nepal and in few other regions of the Himalayan states. See, the five-finger policy was brought out by Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong, the founder of modern China, the PRC, right? Mao Zedong was the leader of the Chinese Communist Party. He led the Chinese Communist Party to victory in the Civil War, in the Chinese Civil War in 1940s. In 1949, when the People's Republic of China was established, it was established under the leadership of Mao Zedong. He led a rebellion. He led a rebellion of the Chinese Communist Party, and the Communist Party won the Civil War, following which modern Chinese state was established. The PRC was established. And Mao Zedong has always advocated aggressive expansionism to cement China's position since then. To establish China as a dominant power and to restore China's ancient glory, Mao Zedong always believed that China should be aggressive, that China should focus on expanding its territory. And one of the prized assets for China was Tibet. So after annexing Tibet, Mao Zedong came out with a strategy. He said that if Tibet is like the palm of your hand, then Tibet has 5 fingers or 5 extensions. This was a military strategy that Mao Zedong developed. The whole focus was to ensure that China has complete control over Tibet. As there was a rebellion in Tibet following the annexation, Mao Zedong said that if China has to control Tibet, then China has to meddle, interfere in the 5 fingers, 5 extensions of Tibet. Now imagine the palm of your hand. Imagine this to be Tibet. According to Mao Zedong's policy, Tibet has 5 fingers or 5 extensions. And these 5 extensions are nothing but Ladakh, Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan, and Arunachal Pradesh. So Mao Zedong identified that Tibet has 5 extended areas, the 5 extensions of Tibet. So he said, as long as China meddles in the 5 extensions, in the 5 fingers, and keeps them destabilized, then Tibet will firmly remain with China. It will remain under Chinese control. So as part of the 5-finger policy, China has always sought to destabilize the 5 extensions of Tibet. That is what explains China's interference in Arunachal Pradesh, in Ladakh, in Sikkim, in Nepal and Bhutan. Is that clear? So these are the reasons why China keeps meddling in the country. It wants to undermine the Indian influence. It wants to firmly keep Tibet under its control, and it wants to keep a check on Tibetan activities. So kindly understand this analysis. It's a very, very important argument because this will come up later as well. Under India-China, this discussion will come up again. Is that clear? So now, let's talk about the border dispute between India and Nepal that was recently escalated by KP Oli. As I was explaining, KP Oli, he took up an anti-India position when he was the Prime Minister, and he deliberately started favoring China. He deliberately adopted a pro-China policy, giving more space and influence for China. So this undermined Indian influence. And one recent crisis that we faced in the relationship was the escalation of the border dispute. Even India and Nepal have a border dispute at 2 locations known as Kala Pani and Susta. All right, please make a note of these locations. I'll show you the map as well. I'll explain what the dispute is all about. So at 2 locations along the India-Nepal border, that is at Kala Pani and Susta, we have a standing border dispute. This dispute traces its origin to the Treaty of Sugauli that was signed in 1816 between British India and the Kingdom of Nepal. This is an issue which is almost 2 centuries old. Is that clear? It's a result of the Anglo-Nepalese War. When the British defeated the Kingdom of Nepal, right, they struck a treaty with the Kingdom of Nepal, which was the Treaty of Sugauli, signed in the year 1816. Through this treaty, the British gave autonomy to Nepal. They did not annex Nepal, as I explained yesterday. They developed the Himalayan states as a buffer state to protect British India. So they didn't annex Nepal completely. They didn't merge Nepal into the Indian colony. So Nepal was not part of British India. They kept Nepal separate and independent, gave Nepal its autonomy and independence, but in return expected complete loyalty from Nepal. So apart from granting autonomy, they settled the boundaries as well between British India and the then Kingdom of Nepal. Through the Treaty of Sugauli, the boundaries between British India and Nepal was drawn. So while drawing this boundary, certain mistakes were made. Again, you can see that it's a result of colonial blunders. Remember, yesterday I was explaining how most of the problems in South Asia today can be traced back to a colonial origin. The India-Nepal boundary dispute is a result of such colonial mistakes and colonial policies, which has an impact even today. So the dispute we have at Kalapani and Susta has remained for more than 2 centuries. So obviously, we inherited these borders in 1947 when India became independent. When India gained independence, we inherited these British era boundaries. But this boundary dispute was never a major issue between India and Nepal. It's actually a very minor dispute. And since we had very good ties with Nepal, by and large, we were very good friends, we never allowed this minor dispute to affect the relationship. Previous governments had kept the issue on the back burner. They'd kept it aside and they were working very closely with each other. In the past, attempts were also made to resolve the dispute by setting up a joint technical committee, and a boundary working group was also constituted recently in 2014. So these technical committees, these working groups, they came out with some recommendations on how the boundary issue can be resolved. But unfortunately, the governments on both the sides, they didn't take this initiative forward due to lack of political will, right? Both the sides kept delaying the settlement of this boundary dispute. It remained an incomplete work. But it was always a minor issue. It was not affecting our bilateral relations because both countries were very close to each other despite all the issues, and the boundary dispute had been kept aside. But recently, KP Oli escalated the dispute unnecessarily. In 2020, Nepal made this a very big issue, and this led to increase of tensions between India and Nepal. So before we discuss what happened, first let's understand what is Kala Pani dispute, what is Susta dispute, why does the dispute arise. Let's understand that first, and let's also understand where these places are located. Now please concentrate here, look at the map. The topic can be important for your prelims as well. You might get map based questions in your prelims. Kala Pani is a disputed region which has been part of the Pithoragarh district in Uttarakhand. Since 1947, it has remained under Indian control. It has remained under India's administrative control. It's been part of Uttarakhand. It's part of the border district, the Pithoragarh district. All right, you can see the India-Nepal boundary here. This is actually a tri-junction point. India and Nepal, they meet with China. You can see the strategic Lipu Lake Pass over here, which marks the tri-junction point. This is where India, Nepal, and China meet. Lipu Lake Pass has a lot of strategic value and cultural and economic value since ancient times. It has been a connection between India and Tibet. It's been a route through which Buddhism has traveled towards Tibet and China. It's been a trading route as well since ancient medieval times. And it's a preferred route for Kailash Manasarovar Yatra. Mount Kailash, which is a sacred Hindu pilgrimage site, it's located in China, in Tibet. And one of the routes to reach Mount Kailash and Lake Manasarovar, Rakshasthal, these are sacred places in Hinduism. One of the routes to reach these pilgrimage sites is through the Lipu Lake Pass. Every year, India's Ministry of External Affairs organizes the Kailash Manasarovar Yatra. One of the routes for the Kailash Manasarovar Yatra is through Lipu Lake Pass near Uttarakhand-Nepal border. The other route is via Nathula Pass. That is via Sikkim. In Sikkim, you have the Nathula Pass, which connects with Tibet. That is a more preferred route. The Nathula route has been a more easier route for the pilgrims because there is a road that is available. There is a ready road that connects Sikkim with Tibet, and it was a more easier route for pilgrims to travel, even though it was a longer route. The Nathula route is actually very long. It takes more time, but because of the presence of a good road, it was easier for the pilgrims to travel. That has been a preferred route for Kailash Manasarovar Yatra. But recently, India tried to build a strategic road near Lipu Lake Pass to create an alternate route for Mount Kailash. We built the Darchula Lipu Lake Road. Can you see Darchula over here? Darchula is in Uttarakhand, again in the Kalapani region itself. This whole region is the Kalapani region. So from Darchula to Lipu Lake, India built a strategic road. India's Border Roads Organization recently built this strategic road, and it was inaugurated in 2020. This road will help the Indian Armed Forces. It will help the Indian Army to quickly mobilize troops, if required, towards the Chinese border. At Lipu Lake, we even have a border meeting point between Indian Army and the Chinese PLA. If there are any border issues, to discuss and resolve the boundary issue, we have a border meeting point where Indian Army can interact and meet with the Chinese People's Liberation Army. So Lipu Lake has a lot of strategic military significance as well. And historically, culturally, it has a lot of significance. So India built this strategic road from Darchula to Lipu Lake that will help in the faster mobilization of Indian troops. It's an all-weather road that we have built. Plus, it will help the pilgrims as well, who are trying to reach Mount Kailash. This will be a faster route. Because before this road was built, for pilgrims, it was very difficult to access Mount Kailash through Lipu Lake because they had to trek through very difficult terrain. That's why Nathula route was preferred, which was easier as a road was built. Even though it was a longer route, Nathula route was being used for Kailash Manasarovar Yatra. So with India's border infrastructure improving, we saw this retaliation from China and Nepal. There is a link to all of this. All right. Now let's see what exactly is the boundary issue. What is the claim of India? What is the claim of Nepal? As I told you, this issue dates back to 1816. It's a 200 plus year issue originating from the Sugauli Treaty of 1816. Now the problem was the British, they made a mistake. The mistake was they used the Kali River as a reference to draw the boundary. They used the Kali River, which is part of the Gangetic system, right? It's a transboundary river, by the way, between India and Nepal. India and Nepal share many transboundary rivers as part of the Ganga river system. So the Kali River, which flows down from Nepal to India, is a major river here. And this river was used as a reference point to draw the boundary between British India and the then Kingdom of Nepal. But the problem was the treaty does not specifically mention which branch of the Kali marks the boundary. There is a difference here in how India and Nepal interpret the treaty. Even though we inherited these boundaries from the British era, after 1947, there is no clarity between India and Nepal as to which branch of the Kali has been referred to in the treaty. According to India's interpretation, according to India, the easternmost branch of Kali should mark the boundary. That is India's interpretation, which means Kalapani will fall under Indian control. But Nepal has the opposite interpretation. Nepal has claimed that the westernmost branch of Kali should mark the boundary, which means Kalapani would fall into Nepal's territory. So it's about the difference in interpretation of the treaty, because the treaty is not giving clarity for both the sides. This was a result of the haphazard partitions that were done by the British. So when the Treaty of Sugauli was signed and the boundaries were drawn between Kingdom of Nepal and British India, enough clarity was not provided, and just a vague reference was made to Kali River as the boundary. But now, after 1947, the question came up as to which branch of the Kali marks the boundary. India's version is that easternmost branch of Kali should be the boundary, which means Kala Pani is part of Indian territory. So India has retained control of Kala Pani since 1947. But Nepal challenges this. Nepal says that westernmost branch of Kali should be the boundary, which means Kala Pani should fall under Nepal. But however, this entire issue was a minor issue. Both the countries had actually kept it aside for 70 years. It had never affected the relationship because in general, we had good relations between each other. Now, let me show you the Susta dispute. Susta is located along the Nepal-Bihar border. If Kalapani is located along Nepal-Uttarakhand border, Susta is along Nepal-Bihar border. It is located somewhere over here. All right. It's located on the banks of the Gandak river, also called the Sapta Gandaki, Narayani. It's known by different names. I'm sure you know about Gandak, right? You would have studied this in geography as well. It's another major tributary of the Ganga. It's another important transboundary river between Nepal and India. So the Gandak river, which flows down from Nepal to India, marks the boundary here. And you have this place called Susta, which has become disputed between India and Nepal. Even this is a result of the Treaty of Sugoli and the mistakes that were committed in the Treaty of Sugoli. See, according to Treaty of Sugoli, the right bank of the Gandak is treated as Nepal's territory. The left bank of Gandak is treated as Indian territory. This is what the 1860 treaty provided for. Again, the Gandak river was used as a reference to identify the boundary here near Susta, and the treaty says whatever is on the right bank is Nepal's territory, whatever is on the left bank is India's territory. Now, this is again a flawed interpretation because I hope you know that the Himalayan rivers, they keep meandering. They change its course. Himalayan rivers, they are known to change course over a period of time because they meander. Because of the nature of Himalayan rivers, they keep meandering, right? And the course keeps changing every few decades, every few centuries. Now, it's almost been 200 years since this treaty was put in place. So obviously, the course of the Gandak river has changed. So as a result, there is confusion between India and Nepal as to whom does Susta belong? Whom does it belong to? Does it belong to India or Nepal? And both countries have a different interpretation. Now, the course of Gandak river has changed in such a way that the river banks have become interchanged. So essentially, if you go by the 1816 treaty, Susta should entirely belong to India. If you go according to the treaty's interpretation, that's what India supports, right? India's stand is that we should abide by the terms of the treaty, and as per the divisions of the banks, Susta should belong to India. But Nepal challenges this because the course of the river has changed, and Nepal says that cannot be a reason for losing sovereignty over Susta. Right? So this is again a difference in interpretation of the treaty. The treaty lacks clarity. See, it's an age-old practice where rivers were used as reference points for drawing boundaries. In medieval times, that is when rivers were being used as boundaries. But this cannot hold good in modern times. In modern times, you need technical surveys, ground level surveys to be conducted, consultation to be held with both sides and both people, and then boundaries have to be drawn. But this careful exercise was never conducted by the British. They drew these haphazard boundaries and left the region and left the countries to deal with the issue. So Susta issue also has existed from 1947, but it was never a major issue again. Since India and Nepal were good friends, we both needed each other, right? We never made these boundary issues a big dispute in the relationship. But it was only recently in 2019, 2020 that we saw an escalation of this border dispute. In fact, when I used to teach these classes before 2018, I would just mention the boundary dispute, that we have a old boundary dispute at Kalapani and Susta. It's not a major dispute. It's a minor issue. I would just show the location and move on. I wouldn't spend so much time on this topic. It was such a small, minor issue in the relationship. But now it has become a major topic of discussion for our exam because we saw a major escalation recently. Is that clear? So that is what you should understand. In 2019, if you guys remember, India published its new political map because some changes had happened in Jammu and Kashmir. The special status of J&K had been revoked and Jammu and Kashmir was reorganized. The state of J&K was reorganized into 2 union territories. So as new union territories were created, India had to publish a new political map. And accordingly, in 2019-2020, India published a new map and we showed Kala Pani as part of our territory. India showed this region belonging to Uttarakhand. This has been a traditional practice. We have done this before as well, but Nepal never had any issues. We just acknowledged that it's an unresolved dispute and we had left the issue to be resolved at a later date. But this time, Nepal raised an objection under KP Oli. When KP Oli was the Prime Minister, as I told you, Nepal was clearly showing a pro-China tilt. KP Oli was promoting anti-India sentiments. The moment India published the new map, which showed obviously Kalapani as Indian territory, Nepal raised a major objection to this. Is that clear? Along with that, India inaugurated the strategic Darchula-Lipu Lake Road, which I showed you in the map. In 2020, India inaugurated the strategic road. It's a strategic road for the Indian Army. Because it will help in quick mobilization of troops. By using the road, India can quickly deploy troops and equipment right next to the Chinese border near Lipu Lake Pass. Essentially, our military preparedness has improved. Our border infrastructure has improved. It will facilitate the Kailash Manas Sarovar Yatra as well by creating a shorter route compared to the longer Nathula route. The moment India inaugurated this road, again, Nepal protested. Nepal raised an objection and it went one step ahead and carried out a constitutional amendment. Under KP Oli, a constitutional amendment was done to Nepal's constitution to bring out a new map of Nepal that showed Kala Pani and even Susta as Nepal's territories. Now, this was a major escalation. Even though it was a disputed area, we had never targeted each other. We had never escalated the dispute. Both sides had the maturity to keep the issue aside. But this time, Nepal was deliberately escalating and it happened twice within 1 year. When India published the new map, Nepal had objected to it. It even claimed the Limpi Adura region, which is next to Kalapani. The Limpi Adura region is right next to Kalapani. They're all part of Indian territory. But Nepal started claiming Limpi Adura as well. The Kalapani Limpi Adura region was entirely claimed by Nepal. And it carried out an amendment to its constitution to publish a new map showing the disputed areas as Nepal's territory. And along with this, KP Oli started mobilizing troops towards the border. He made very controversial statements. He started saying that if required, we'll take the territory by force. And he said we'll even deploy more troops along the border to push back the Indian claims. Now, these were very controversial steps and it was an unnecessary escalation, right? Obviously, there was only one conclusion from this, that KP Oli has a motivation. There is a motivation why he's acting like this. So India's assessment was that KP Oli has firmly aligned with China. China feels to be threatened by the Darchula-Lipu Lake Road, the DLR road. China has raised concerns about India's improving border infrastructure and military modernization. In the last 20 to 25 years, India has really accelerated the construction of border infrastructure and We have even accelerated our efforts to modernize our military and armed forces. Starting from early 2000, under the Vajpayee government, Manmohan Singh government, and the Modi government, in the last 2 decades, you are seeing more proactive approach from India in creating border infrastructure towards the Chinese border. We are also modernizing our military forces and deploying advanced military equipment and troops right along the Chinese border. So China feels threatened by this. So most likely this was the reason why KP Oli acted like this. Most likely he was acting under China's instructions. China was concerned about the Darchula-Lippo Lake Road, also about increasing military presence of India, right? That could be one of the reasons. That is just an assessment from the Indian side. So one thing is very clear, KP Oli had clearly taken an anti-India position. He had repeatedly shown an anti-India inclination and favored China again and again. Later, I'll discuss some projects, some key projects of India and China. Repeatedly, KP Oli and few leaders in Nepal have favored China in such projects while sidelining India. It represents the strategic competition that you see in Nepal between India and China. Is that clear? So this boundary dispute that flared up recently is also a result of the interplay between India, China, and Nepal. Nepal would never do this on its own. Previously, it was never a major issue, as I explained. But the mistake from India and Nepal was that we had never resolved the dispute previously. Ideally, we should have resolved it long time ago when the joint technical committees were set up, boundary working groups were set up. Right? We should have made a proactive attempt to resolve the boundary dispute. But since it had been neglected, the issue had been kept aside. Now it was exploited by leaders like KP Oli, who was building upon anti-India sentiments and who was favoring China. Right? And that is one major issue that happened, which disrupted our relationship. But fortunately, KP Oli was removed very soon. He had to step down because there was an internal crisis. There was an internal political crisis and a constitutional crisis in Nepal, which led to the intervention of Nepal Supreme Court. And following the Supreme Court's intervention in Nepal, KP Oli had to resign as the Prime Minister. He had to step down, fresh elections had to take place, and now a new government is in place. The current leader, Prachanda, or Pushpa Kamal Dahal, he is seen as a more balanced leader. He is the leader of the Communist Party of Nepal. He is leader of the Maoist party, which had fought the civil war back in 1990s. But India has good relations with Prachanda. After India negotiated a settlement for the Maoist conflict, remember, I told you India mediated a peace agreement, the 12-point peace agreement between the government of Nepal and the Maoist rebels in 2006. So we have good relations with Prachanda. So his party, the Maoist party, won the latest elections, and Prachanda is striking a better balance between China and India. This remains a constant challenge for us, not just in Nepal, but across the region. You will see this in all the neighboring countries across the Indian Ocean, the Pacific region. You will see this constant competition between India and China. As rising Asian powers, both are competing for influence. So you see this competition in Sri Lanka, in Bangladesh, in Maldives, right? In Myanmar. So in all the major countries in the region, there is this competition between India and China. So see, we don't expect our neighbors to not have relations with China. We can never say that. They are sovereign countries. They have every right to maintain ties with any country they want. Our concern is we don't want governments to be unnecessarily hostile to India. We don't want governments like KP Sharma Oli, which was deliberately favoring China against India. That is where India has a problem. That is where India raises a concern, right? All we want from them is a balanced relationship. Let them have ties with China. Nothing wrong with that. Let them take investments, but protect India's core interests. Protect our core security and strategic interests, and don't allow China to threaten our interests. That is what we want. But unfortunately, some governments in our neighborhood, they play India versus China. They exploit this for their political gains. They deliberately favor China sometimes to get advantages from India. And they get closer to India to get advantages from China. So by playing both the sides, certain leaders and parties and governments have benefited from this. And this remains a challenge for us across the region. Is that clear? But now that KPOL stepped down and there is a better government in place, it's trying to strike a balance between the two powers. Our relations have again started improving in the last 2 years. Since 2022, we are again seeing an improvement. At the end of the chapter, I'll discuss the recent visits, the recent agreements. So you will see what kind of improvements have happened in the bilateral relationship. Is that clear? So the border dispute is a very, very important topic. Now coming to the next issue, we have to understand the border security challenges faced by India. India faces a major border security challenge along the open India-Nepal border. We studied yesterday that India-Nepal have an open border. There are no hard border controls. This is a unique feature of our relationship, as I explained yesterday. Under the 1950 treaty, both countries decided to keep the border open to promote free movement of goods, vehicles, and people, right? Because it facilitates the trade relations, the economic relations, and the cultural relations. That's the very foundation of the relationship. But the system of open borders, along with the harsh terrain of the region, has made this border highly porous. Now, if you look at the geography of this boundary, right, you have hilly mountainous areas towards Uttarakhand and Sikkim, which is part of the Himalayan ranges. You have dense forested areas towards the Terai belt, towards UP and Bihar. You have multiple transboundary rivers that cut across the border, creating wetlands. There is a riverine network present along the boundary. So when you have such a complex geography, it will create natural gaps in the border. Meaning the geography itself is so complicated due to the presence of mountains, forests, rivers, and wetlands that there are natural gaps in the border which makes it highly porous. It's very difficult to secure such porous borders. It is very difficult to guard, patrol, and secure such borders which are naturally porous. And along with that, we have kept the border open for economic and cultural reasons. So this creates a major security challenge for India. We have seen that this border has been misused by various criminal organizations, organized criminal outfits that engage in drug trafficking, human trafficking, arms trafficking. They've used the border route to smuggle drugs, weapons, and even humans between the two sides. And please note that organized crime is closely connected with terrorism. Organized criminal networks have a direct connection with terrorist outfits, and they're also connected with money laundering channels. There is a direct connection between organized crime, money laundering, and terror financing. The three are connected. You'll understand more about this in internal security. We have separate chapters for these topics in internal security. So there you'll understand the more details about this. How organized crime, like drug trafficking, arms trafficking, how is it connected to terrorism and money laundering? But for IR, for international relations, just understand that there is a linkage, that is enough. In internal security, we'll get into the complete details of this. So there exists this direct connection between terrorism and insurgency, organized crime, and money laundering. So wherever organized crime is prevalent, in those areas, terrorism could also be present. It creates a safe haven, a fertile ground for terrorists to flourish. They'll have easy access to drugs, weapons, and money, and they can even find a safe haven to hide. That is exactly the challenge India has faced. See, Nepal is not the problem here. Nepal has not sponsored terrorism against India. The problem is the other neighbor of India, which is Pakistan. Pakistan has misused the route. It has misused the border to create security challenges for India, especially in the 1990s and early 2000. During this period, Pakistan was using Nepal for its covert operations against India. Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, had conveniently used Nepal as a staging ground, as a safe haven to infiltrate spies and terrorists into India. All right, many major attacks against India have happened through the Nepal route. You guys might have heard about the IC-814 hijacking incident of 1999. It was one of the biggest terror attacks faced by India. For those who don't know, I'll just give you a brief summary about this hijacking. It's a major event in India-Pakistan relations. In the year 1999, it was December 1999, the last week of December, we were about to enter the new millennium. A Air India flight from Nepal to India. Back then it was Indian Airlines, right? So from Nepal to India, there was this Air India flight that was coming, which was IC-814. IC-814 is the name, the code name of the flight. This flight had taken off from Kathmandu, from the Tribhuvan International Airport. It was headed to New Delhi. This Indian aircraft was hijacked by Pakistani terrorists who had found support in Nepal. They had found a safe haven from where they could operate. They could easily run their operations from Nepal. And Pakistan's ISI had created this base for these non-state actors, for these terrorist groups. So from Nepal soil, this plane was hijacked. And following the hijacking, India mismanaged the situation. It was a crisis situation, and the then Vajpayee government completely mishandled the crisis. The established protocols were not followed, and we allowed the hijacked aircraft to leave Indian airspace. The hijacked aircraft briefly landed at Amritsar with all the hostages. And ideally, that was the opportunity for India to carry out a military intervention, to carry out a commando strike by using NSG commandos to neutralize the situation and save as many hostages as possible. But because of tremendous media pressure and public pressure, the Vajpayee government fell under the pressure and it failed to implement the established protocols. Usually, when hijacked aircrafts are brought down there, when they are on the ground, you disable the aircraft, you disable the runways, you ensure the aircraft does not take off again, right? You scramble your fighter jets, you intercept the aircraft if required, and force the aircraft to land within your territory. But India failed to implement these protocols, and the hijackers, they quickly took off from Amritsar and they left Indian airspace. Once they left India, they took the aircraft to Pakistan, to Lahore. They briefly landed in Lahore for refueling, and from there, they took off again and went to Dubai, that is United Arab Emirates, right? They took all the hostages. So once the aircraft left Indian airspace, we lost all the leverage, right? Our only option was to negotiate with the terrorists. There was no question of conducting any commando operation because no foreign government would allow Indian operation on their soil. So India's only option was to negotiate with the terrorists and agree to their demands. From Dubai, the hijackers, they released some passengers, they released few women and children. And after that, they took off again and landed in Kandahar. And where is Kandahar? Kandahar is in Afghanistan. And back in 1999, Afghanistan was ruled by the Taliban. India had no relations with Taliban. We had cut off all ties with Afghanistan when Taliban took over in 1996. We had branded Taliban as a terrorist organization because of its links with terror groups, and we knew that Taliban is a puppet of Pakistan's ISI. The Taliban had sheltered anti-India terrorist groups in Afghanistan. So India had no ties with Taliban, and Taliban was obviously a proxy of the Pakistani intelligence agency. So as soon as the Indian aircraft landed, the Taliban fighters, they surrounded the hijacked aircraft and they gave support to the hijackers. So our only option was to agree to the demands of hijackers to save the hostages. And the Vajpayee government negotiated and agreed to release 3 dreaded terrorists from Indian custody. And one of them was Masood Azhar. Who is Masood Azhar? The founder of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Masood Azhar was caught by the Indian army in Kashmir. He was involved in terrorism against India. We had captured him in the 1990s, right? But we were forced to release him from custody because of this hijacking incident. Along with Masood Azhar, 2 other dreaded terrorists were also released, and India's then Foreign Minister Jaswant Singh had to accompany the terrorists to hand them over to the hijackers in Kandahar in exchange for the lives of hostages. So India managed to save the lives of hostages, but we paid a very, very big price. This is what happens when you negotiate with terrorists and agree to their demands. Masood Azhar, after being released from India's custody, would go on to establish the most dangerous terrorist organization, which is Jaish-e-Mohammed. Is that clear? It was after he was released from India's custody that Jaish-e-Mohammed was formed by Masood Azhar. Today he is a wanted global terrorist. Most of the major attacks in the last 20 years against India have been carried out by Jaish-e-Mohammed. The Parliament attacks of 2001, the Uri attacks of 2016, the Pulwama attacks of 2019, all the major attacks which have brought India-Pakistan to the brink of war, they have been carried out by Jaish-e-Mohammed. So this was a disastrous handling of the hijacking situation, and the threat emanated from Nepal. Is that clear? Like this, Pakistan's ISI was using Nepal's territory to push terrorism against India, to promote organized crime, which would destabilize the borders. Have you heard of another terror group called Indian Mujahideen? Indian Mujahideen was another notorious terrorist outfit that was active from 2003 to 2011. It was an India-based terror outfit, but supported by Pakistan. Pakistan's ISI was again supporting an India-based terror organization. Usually, groups like Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, they're all Pakistan-based outfits. But Indian Mujahideen was different. It's an India-based outfit, largely made up of Indian citizens, Indian nationals. But the difference was that it's supported directly by Pakistan. So terrorists of Indian Mujahideen were using the Nepal route to infiltrate into India and go to Pakistan. To get support from Pakistan, to get training, weapons and funds from Pakistan, they would use the Nepal route. They would sneak out of India. They would basically sneak out of India from the open borders, enter Nepal, and from there, they would take a flight to West Asian countries to avoid suspicion. To avoid the surveillance of Indian intelligence agencies, they would fly under false identities with the help of ISI to Saudi Arabia or UAE or any other Gulf country. From there, they would then go to Pakistan. They would be taken to Pakistan under false identities. In Pakistan, they would be trained, they would be given all the support needed, and they would be infiltrated back into India through the same route. So without the knowledge of Indian agencies, Indians were leaking out. They were moving out of India, entering Nepal, then going to Gulf countries, going to Pakistan, getting terror training and coming back to the same route and then carrying out attacks against India. So this was another major threat we dealt with, where again the Nepal route was being misused by Pakistan. So this has been a major challenge for us. Pakistan also has used the route to pump fake Indian currency notes. The ISI runs a covert operation with criminal gangs to destabilize the Indian economy by printing fake currency notes. It's officially, technically called FICN, fake Indian currency notes. So Pakistan's ISI works very closely with criminal cartels like the D gang, the Dawood Ibrahim gang, and other criminal organizations which are involved in drug smuggling, arms smuggling, extortion. Right? These criminal gangs work with such intelligence agencies and terrorist organizations. And they push the fake currency notes into India. ISI has managed to access advanced printing machines and the high security printing paper, right? And it can replicate the notes printed by RBI. even the new notes, even the new currency notes, right? So Pakistan prints these notes with the help of these criminal gangs and pushes these currency notes into India. This will destabilize our economy. It's an economic war, and the money can be used to fund terrorist activities in India. It becomes a source of terror financing. So Nepal is one of the routes through which fake notes are pushed into India. The other preferred route is through Bangladesh, sometimes through Sri Lanka as well, through Myanmar or through West Asian countries. These are the other routes through which fake notes are pushed into India by criminal gangs which are working on behalf of Pakistan's ISI. So one preferred route is via Nepal. The presence of so many criminal terrorist activities along with hostile intelligence agencies has created a major security challenge for India. When Maoism was thriving in Nepal, when the civil war was going on in 1990s, Nepali Maoists had connections with Indian Maoists, with Indian Naxals. Naxals in India, particularly in Bihar, West Bengal, the Jharkhand belt, they had close connections with the Maoists of Nepal. They were collaborating together. This was also a security threat in the 1990s and early 2000s. But of late, we have managed to improve the security situation with better cooperation from Nepal. Now, I'm sure all of you have the same question. Why are we still keeping the border open despite having so many security problems? See, the open border is the foundation of this relationship. If you end the open border system because of security issues, you're going to harm the foundation of the relationship. Remember what I told you yesterday? India and Nepal share a civilizational relationship. Our relations transcend the concept of nation state. We are part of the same civilization. Buddhism, Hinduism has bound the two countries together, the two people together. Nepalis are heavily dependent on India. Indians have a close connection with Nepal. If you end the open border system, it will disrupt the movement of goods, vehicles, and people. It will affect Nepal's economy. It will lead to further destabilization of Nepal. It will give opportunities for Pakistan and China to meddle, create problems for India. So it's in our own interest to keep the border open, right? Security issue is one issue in the relationship. You can't close the open border system because of that one issue. Security threats can be tackled with better border management, right? So that is the task of SSB, the Sashastra Seema Bal, which is the designated border guarding force. Today, we have very good ties with Nepal. From 1990s itself, Indian intelligence agencies, India's border guarding forces, they've worked very closely with Nepal. India's IB and RAW, Intelligence Bureau, which is responsible for domestic intelligence, and RAW, which is responsible for foreign intelligence. They have a major presence in Nepal. They operate very proactively in Nepal. They run their covert operations targeted against Pakistan's presence in Nepal. Or any hostile threat in Nepal is a target for IB and RAW. So IB and RAW collaborate with Nepal's intelligence agencies. We have very close military relations as well. Our border guarding forces collaborate together, and we have improved border surveillance. Today, you have better technology available, right? We have deployed satellites. There are Earth observation satellites that serve a military purpose. We have a number of satellites in orbit, right, that can provide high resolution images. And we have CCTV cameras, drones, and all such surveillance methods can be deployed to make the borders safer. And we've also stepped up patrolling and joint operations and joint cooperation to deal with the security threats. So today, the situation is much, much better compared to 1990s and early 2000. Today, the situation is much better because India has stepped up its border security. Nepal also has cooperated with us. But the challenges remain, the threats will always remain. So that is something you should be aware of. You might get a question here. Maybe a question in IR or maybe a question in internal security. But you should know these security challenges that are present and how India has been affected and what can be done to deal with them. With better surveillance, with better technology, with better patrolling, you can secure your borders. With better intelligence cooperation, security cooperation with the other country, you can tackle the threats. So we don't have to end the open border system for this. right? Open border system is a much broader cooperation between India and Nepal. If you end that, it will harm the relationship itself. It will destroy the foundation of the relationship because of one issue. We can't allow security issues to derail the friendly ties, the cooperation that we have with Nepal. Is that clear? So that is the reason why we still keep the borders open and we allow the free movement of people, goods, and vehicles to continue. Understood? Now, coming to the last part of the discussion, I'll be taking you through some important projects and initiatives between India and Nepal. This is going to complete our discussion and we can wrap up this chapter for today. Let's look at hydropower cooperation first. Let's discuss hydropower cooperation. I'm going to point out some important projects, hydropower projects. Please make a note that could be important for your prelims. There are other initiatives of India and Nepal. I'm going to discuss that as well, right? And we'll end this by talking about India-China competition and some recent visits of Prachanda to India and China, right? So that is where we'll be taking the discussion in the next 30 minutes. And after that, we can close this chapter. Let's focus on hydropower cooperation. It's a focus area for India because Nepal has tremendous hydropower potential. As it is located in the Himalayan region, right? It has tremendous hydropower potential. Any Himalayan state for that matter, be it Arunachal Pradesh, be it Uttarakhand of India, be it Sikkim, or be it countries like Nepal and Bhutan, they all have tremendous hydropower potential because these are perennial rivers. Meaning they are fed throughout the year. They're not dependent on monsoon rainfall. They're fed by the glaciers, the Himalayan glaciers. The melting of the snow, the melting of the Himalayan glaciers is what feeds these transboundary rivers from Nepal to India. Is that clear? And they're fast flowing rivers. They have a very high flow of water. The volume of flow of water is very high, right? They receive water from rainfall as well during monsoon season, but they are most dependent on snow and glacier, which contributes to the perennial flow. Throughout the year, there is constant flow of water at high speed. And the speed is mainly because of the deep gorges that are present in the Himalayas. In geography, you would have studied these basics about Himalayan rivers, that they are perennial and they are fast flowing because there is a deep gorge, right? The Himalayan mountains are young fold mountains. They are formed more recently as the Indian tectonic plate crashes under the Eurasian plate. Constantly, the Himalayan mountains keep rising, right? The Himalayas are a direct outcome of this tectonic activity. That's why the whole Himalayan stretch is very vulnerable to earthquakes and landslides. So the Himalayas, which have continued to grow, they've developed very deep gorges, very deep valleys. So obviously, when water flows from such a height, and if there is constant flow of water, water will flow at a faster speed. And this is the potential. This is the hydropower potential which can be exploited to generate hydropower. And hydropower is relatively clean. It's a renewable form of energy, right? And it's seen as an alternative to coal-based power, to thermal power. It's one way to reduce your carbon emissions. Is that clear? Of course, hydro projects have their own disadvantages as well, because it is said that hydro projects which come up in sensitive areas, they damage the ecology. It causes deforestation. It leads to large-scale construction activity in delicate, sensitive areas that causes other disasters as well, including floods and flash floods. So there is an environmental concern with hydro projects, but as far as emissions are concerned, compared to coal-based power, compared to thermal power, hydropower is much, much cleaner and it's renewable. So there is a lot of focus on exploiting the hydropower potential of the Himalayan belt. And this is a priority for India. Within our own country as well, in Uttarakhand, Sikkim, in Arunachal Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh and Ladakh, India has given priority for hydropower projects. We have the same focus in Bhutan, which we are going to study in the next chapter. Next, when we take up India-Bhutan, there we will discuss our hydropower cooperation. In Nepal as well, for India, it's a priority. We have announced many initiatives, taken up some projects, but unfortunately, we have not seen major success. Indian investments in the hydropower sector has not really succeeded because there have been many roadblocks to Indian projects. We even have a power trade agreement in place. We have signed a power trade agreement to share power between the two countries. Is that clear? What India has done is that we have connected the power grids and we move electricity from Bhutan to India to Bangladesh to Nepal. These four countries, they are part of a power sharing arrangement. Bhutan generates a lot of hydropower. It has surplus electricity. So Bhutan can export the electricity. India also has its own capabilities. But Nepal faces a big deficit. Even Bangladesh faces a deficit. So we have interconnected the power grids to share electricity between these four countries. India is the leader of this initiative, this power sharing initiative. We take the surplus from Bhutan. We use that for our own purpose as well, because even India has a deficiency sometimes. And we re-export the electricity to Bangladesh and Nepal to meet their energy demands. So this power sharing arrangement has also been created where our power grids are interconnected. The grids of India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan are interconnected. So hydropower projects are a priority for India. We have proposed many projects, made some investments as well, completed few, but we haven't seen major success because there have been a lot of obstacles and hurdles. See, first of all, building these projects is challenging. It's a engineering challenge because technically it's very complex to execute these projects. Because of the complex geography and the terrain, in such steep slopes in forested areas of the Himalayas, it's very difficult to execute these projects, right? To move the construction equipment and to carry out the construction, to make them earthquake proof, it's going to be a very big technical engineering challenge. So we have faced few hurdles there. Apart from that, there have been some delays on India's part in funding. There have been some funding delays as well previously. That is, we have made commitments and promises, but we have not been able to fulfill the payments on time. We have not been able to arrange the funds on time. So this is the problem on the Indian side. We have made promises and commitments, but because of the technical engineering challenges involved, the complexity of the project, and due to some funding issues, many projects have been derailed. Apart from that, in Nepal, we have faced problems. There have been local protests against Indian projects on environmental grounds. The local people have opposed these Indian projects largely on environmental grounds. But India has reasons to believe that these protests are sponsored by few anti-India politicians who are closer to China. India has a valid reason to believe that Indian hydro projects in Nepal have been targeted by Chinese intelligence. Apparently, China might be behind sponsoring some of these local protests on environmental grounds. By raising environmental issues and social issues, there has been local opposition which has been supported by few anti-India Nepali politicians. India's suspicion is that these Nepali politicians are working for China. They might be sponsored by China to derail Indian projects. Because China has seen a lot of success in the hydropower sector. China has successfully executed more hydro projects than India and Nepal, right? Even though India started out earlier, we have faced many issues. There is a mistake on our part as well. That is, technically we have faced challenges. Funding issues have been there. There have been delays in construction from the Indian side. But other than that, the local protest, the lack of support has been a problem. And we believe that anti-India politicians in Nepal have a role to play. And China could be behind sponsoring these protests to derail the hydro projects. So we have made it a big priority and we are trying to correct this approach. And recently we have signed many new agreements to fast track the hydro projects in Nepal. Right? If we are able to overcome these challenges, it can tremendously benefit both India and Nepal. Nepal can become energy self-sufficient. It could drive Nepal's economic growth. Right now, Nepal is a backward country. It could help India as well. We can take the surplus electricity and export it to other countries, right? So there are a lot of mutual benefits, and hence hydropower cooperation becomes an important topic. Now, please make a note of some of the projects that India has already implemented. I've given the list of some important hydro projects which have been implemented by India with Indian assistance. Just remember the names for your prelims: Pokhara, Trisuli, Western Gandak, Devi Ghat. All right, you don't have to by heart this again, just have a fair idea, because if in prelims, if there is a mention of these projects, you can identify that it's related to India-Nepal relations. You should just know where it is located. It's in Nepal, right? Just the basic details are enough. So these are projects which we have completed. They are implemented by India. There are many more projected projects or proposed projects. They are the ones in the pipeline. For example, the Pancheshwar multi-purpose project. It's a very, very important initiative. This project was proposed back in 1960s, 1970s. It's pending from almost 50 plus years. The Pancheshwar project will come up on the Mahakali River, or also called the Kali River, which we were discussing earlier regarding the Kalapani dispute. It's proposed to be a joint project in the disputed Kalapani region. All right. This is where the project is proposed, right along the India-Nepal border in the Kalapani region itself, right next to the Kalapani region here on the Mahakali or the Kali River. But this project has faced delays mainly because of the border dispute. The border dispute has become an issue, but it's supposed to be a joint project which will benefit both the countries. Both India and Nepal will benefit from this. It's a multi-purpose project. It will help in irrigation, flood control, providing water for drinking purposes, and even for irrigation and hydropower. It's a multi-purpose project. It will contain a hydropower plant. It will provide water for irrigation, drinking, flood management, etc. So this key project is pending from a long time. It's going to be one of the largest hydro projects. It's one of the biggest hydro projects India has ever conceived. So this joint multi-purpose hydro project is pending for many, many years because of the boundary dispute and other technical financial challenges that we have faced. So this is one of the projects which is in the pipeline. Then you have Saptakosi project on the Kosi River, the Arun 3 hydro project, Upper Karnali, Raghugat. These are some major projects that are proposed which are in the pipeline. So just remember the names and, if possible, the rivers on which they are being built. And please know that they are connected to India-Nepal relations. Those basic details are enough for your prelims. For mains, you don't have to by heart the names. Maybe if you can remember Pancheshwar and maybe some major projects like that, it's enough. You don't have to by heart all the projects. From prelims point of view, just know on which river is it coming up, where is it located. It's connected to India-Nepal relations. Just those basic details are enough. Understood? Now let me show you one more important project which was proposed last year, the West Seti Power Project. Last year, India and Nepal have signed a key agreement to take up the West Seti hydropower project on the Seti River. You can see here in the map, the Seti River is also part of the Ganga River system. So here the West Seti Dam has been proposed. It's a project which will be taken up by India. India will fund and construct the project, and it's supposed to benefit Nepal and as well as India. This is another major project which is in the news. So remember two projects at least, Pancheshwar and West Seti Power Project. These two are more important. The rest, just be familiar with them. Is that clear? Now let's talk about a very important connectivity initiative. India and Nepal are part of a connectivity project called the BBIN corridor. The BBIN corridor stands for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal corridor. BBIN, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal. This corridor seeks to connect the four countries. It will mainly provide port access to the landlocked countries of Nepal and Bhutan. The objective here is to connect the landlocked countries of Nepal and Bhutan to the ports of India and Bangladesh. India, Bangladesh have major seaports that face the Bay of Bengal. And yesterday we understood that Nepal is a landlocked country. Similarly, Bhutan is a landlocked country, and this is a big disadvantage for them. So through this initiative, India, Bangladesh are looking to interconnect the roads, create a corridor so that Nepal and Bhutan will have access to the ports in India, such as Kolkata, Paradip, Vishakhapatnam. And similarly, in Bangladesh, you have major ports like Chittagong Port. You also have the Mongla Port. These are major ports of Bangladesh. So we want to connect these ports of India and Bangladesh with Nepal and Bhutan so that they have direct access to Bay of Bengal. It will help them economically. It will drive economic growth. It will improve trade. It will improve growth opportunities for all the countries. So this project was proposed by India. It's a India-led initiative. And please understand that it's essentially a motor vehicles agreement. When I say BBIN corridor, it doesn't mean we are building new roads. It's not that we are creating a new road corridor or a railway corridor. We are not going to build anything new. We are just going to interconnect the existing roads itself. But what is needed for this connectivity is a motor vehicles agreement. This will allow the free movement of vehicles. It will allow the free movement of vehicles between these countries, especially trucks that can carry goods. They can move around easily without too many checks, documentation, and regulation. And as a result, it will boost trade between the four countries. See, initially, India's idea was to have a motor vehicles agreement for the entire SAARC region. There is a regional grouping called SAARC. For South Asia, there is a regional grouping called SAARC, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation. So India had proposed this motor vehicles agreement at the SAARC level to promote regional integration, to improve regional connectivity across South Asia, to connect with Pakistan and Sri Lanka as well closely so that the trade could increase across South Asia. But as always, SAARC initiatives are derailed by Pakistan. Pakistan has always targeted Indian initiatives, Indian projects at the SAARC. India-Pakistan tensions have affected the functioning of SAARC grouping. Pakistan has objected, blocked, and derailed Indian initiatives again and again at the SAARC grouping. So when India proposed the motor vehicles agreement, Pakistan again objected to it, and India was frustrated by Pakistan's intervention. So what India did, we cancelled this motor vehicles agreement with SAARC. We dropped this idea because Pakistan was being a big problem. And instead, we proposed a sub-regional arrangement, a sub-regional corridor called the BBIN corridor. India launched this as a major initiative from 2015, as Pakistan was repeatedly blocking our efforts at the SAARC grouping. Is that clear? So BBIN corridor is essentially a motor vehicles agreement that will provide for free movement of goods and vehicles. But Bhutan was initially interested, the Bhutan's government was very interested in the project, but later it had to quit the initiative due to a certain reason, which I'll discuss in the next chapter. Bhutan, unfortunately, has not been able to join the initiative. Bhutan's government was very interested, but due to some other reason, Bhutan has not been able to join BBIN corridor. All right, in the next chapter, we will discuss why Bhutan has quit, why Bhutan has not been part of this corridor. But the other three countries, that is Bangladesh, India, Nepal, these three countries have signed the motor vehicles agreement and they are trying to operationalize this corridor. They're trying to make this operational. They're trying to operationalize this corridor. and we have signed the motor vehicles agreement. So even now it is referred to as BBIN corridor because we have kept the door open for Bhutan. Bhutan is welcome to join anytime it wants. Bhutan was interested initially when we proposed the idea in 2015, but due to some internal reasons, Bhutan has not been able to join. I'll not explain right now why. I'll explain that reason in the next chapter. We'll discuss Bhutan in the next chapter. So there we will understand why Bhutan has quit BBIN. So this is a very important connectivity project. It has great potential to improve trade and movement of goods and vehicles between these countries. Is that clear? So this is about the BBIN corridor. Please note down, it is funded by the Asian Development Bank. It's an important fact for your prelims. The ADB, Asian Development Bank, is funding this project. The whole focus is to provide for free movement of vehicles, people and goods by interconnecting the road corridors. Is that clear? So India, Bangladesh, Nepal have signed the agreement and they are trying to operationalize the corridor, but Bhutan has stayed out of it. Next, coming to cultural ties. What kind of cultural relations do we have between India and Nepal? There are two major initiatives that are part of India-Nepal relations. One is the Buddhist Circuit Initiative. Remember, yesterday we were talking about India's Buddhist diplomacy, how we leverage Buddhism in our diplomacy to gain influence in all Buddhist countries. In many Asian countries, Buddhism is widely popular even today, right? From Nepal to Sri Lanka to Bhutan, Myanmar, China to Japan, South Korea, even in Vietnam, Thailand, in Indonesia, Singapore. In all these countries, Buddhism is a widely popular religion, right? In many countries, it's a majority religion. And India is the birthplace of Buddhism. So as part of our soft power diplomacy, we are trying to leverage our Buddhist heritage. We are trying to use our Buddhist influence to promote cultural ties. So under the Buddhist Circuit Initiative, it's an Indian initiative, India is trying to upgrade the tourist infrastructure. We're also looking to better conserve the Buddhist sites and the monuments. This is the focus of Buddhist Circuit Initiative. We are providing better tourist facilities, building airports, railway stations, better roads, providing better hotels, better amenities and facilities for tourists. The monuments are also being conserved, well protected. They are being given with technology-aided conservation efforts, where guides are available in different languages who can speak different languages, right? Or IT tools are being deployed to bring technology into monuments, into tourist places that will help foreign tourists, right? So such better facilities are being created by India, and we are promoting these sites under the Buddhist Circuit Initiative. The focus is to attract foreign tourists, bring foreign tourists to India, which will not only earn foreign exchange, will not only earn revenue, but it will improve our influence, our cultural influence. It will give us influence in these Asian countries where Buddhism is still a widely popular religion. So in India, Nepal, there are many important Buddhist sites. For example, Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali, all of them are located in Bihar. Then Sarnath, Kushinagar, Shravasti in UP, right? Recently, we built an international airport at Kushinagar. It's part of the Buddhist Circuit Initiative. Better facilities have been provided at Bodh Gaya. And many of these sites are all connected to the life of Lord Gautam Buddha, the founder of Buddhism. Nepal also has some important Buddhist sites like Lumbini, which is the birthplace of Siddhartha. That is the other name for Lord Buddha. Right? Kapilavastu, the mythical city of Kapilavastu, is believed to be in Nepal. This is where it's believed that the relics of Buddha, the bone and ash fragments of Lord Buddha himself, is believed to be preserved at Kapilavastu. So there are such important pilgrimage sites present both in India and Nepal. right? We have important Buddhist sites in Madhya Pradesh as well, in Odisha, and in other parts of the country. And we are trying to connect all these Buddhist sites. We are trying to provide for better transportation, better connectivity, better tourist facilities, better conservation of the monuments, so that we can revive tourism, earn foreign exchange, attract foreign tourists, and also gain influence in foreign countries. So Nepal is an integral part of this initiative. Is that clear? But we face a challenge here when China tried to take over the Lumbini project. Lumbini, the birthplace of Lord Buddha, which is the most sacred site, India was looking to be part of the development project as part of Buddhist Circuit initiative. But China managed to take over this project. China has invested at Lumbini to rebuild the Buddhist site. So even in the cultural space, you see a competition between India and China. Not just with regard to strategic projects, even with regard to cultural initiatives, there is a competition. Similarly, we have the Ramayana circuit, which explores the deep Hindu connections. Hinduism forms a close connection between India, Nepal, and even Sri Lanka. Right? Ramayana, the epic, takes place in these three locations. So under Ramayana circuit, a tourist circuit is being developed to connect important pilgrimage sites through an efficient railway network and tourist infrastructure. So important sites in India, starting from Rameshwaram to Hampi to the capital, Delhi, they are being interlinked and connected through this network with Janakpur in Nepal, which is believed to be the birthplace of Sita Mata, according to Ramayana. Right? So all these important places, Ayodhya, Sitamari in UP, right? Very sacred pilgrimage sites. They're all being interconnected. And even Sri Lanka is part of the Ramayana circuit. Understood? So these are some major cultural initiatives that we are pursuing with Nepal. Now, apart from India's deep influence, we face a lot of competition and challenge from China as well. India has been a big investor. We have provided a lot of development assistance. We have invested in many key projects over the years. India has funded several road projects, railway projects. We have built bridges that will help improve connectivity and transportation. We have been involved in the power sector, right? In hydro projects, in power grids. We have also helped in rural development, in providing for better education, in building schools, in providing better health care. Right? All such initiatives have been taken up by India. We have funded many major projects in Nepal. Even in the mobile internet domain, most of the internet infrastructure of Nepal is built by India. Right? Even our banking and financial systems are integrated. Nepal's currency, the Nepali rupee, is pegged to the Indian rupee. The UPI, the digital payment interface, has been rolled out in Nepal. We are interconnecting our digital payment gateways as well. So such deep links exist between India and Nepal, and we provide concessional loans. We provide concessional loans to many friendly countries, which is called a line of credit. We have given multiple lines of credit to Nepal. We provide this to many countries. Concessional loans are very advantageous for both the partners. It's one way of arranging capital for key projects. It will protect our interest and influence, and it will help the other country as well to invest in key projects. So in a concessional loan, the interest rate is very nominal. And even the repayment period, the repayment schedule is very flexible. So it will not impose a burden on the borrowing country. All right? It's a loan which has to be paid back. It's not donation. It's a loan. But it's a very flexible loan. The receiving country will pay a nominal interest and they get a flexible schedule to repay the loan. Now, some of you might ask, what will India gain from this? Why are we donating money to other countries when we ourselves are struggling? Please understand, this is not donation. This is not aid or charity. It's not a grant. It's a loan. It's a concessional loan which has to be paid back. And moreover, these are investments that serve a strategic purpose. These are diplomatic investments through our foreign policy to protect our core strategic interests. We can choose the project where the loan amount will be invested. Since we are providing the concessional loan, we can work with the country to decide which project we want to fund. Maybe we want to fund a key port project or a key road or railway project. Such strategic projects can be chosen which can give influence for India. We can place conditions that Indian companies will be involved in the construction and operation of these plants, of these projects. All right. So in a way, the money comes back. It will create jobs. It will help Indian companies. Plus, Indian companies will control and operate them, giving us direct access to these critical projects. So these are not donations. It's not a waste of money. Please never think like that. In our budget, there is a certain allocation that is made to the Ministry of External Affairs. And every year, a certain sum of money is set aside. And honestly, what we provide to other countries is very, very less compared to the investments made by China or US. They provide trillions of dollars in funding, but we can barely arrange few $1 billion. So what we are doing is nothing actually, it's the bare minimum. But these loans provided by India, they serve a big purpose. They provide a very easy payment route. It doesn't put burden on the other country. There is no burden on them. It does not become a liability for them. And we can gain because we can choose the kind of projects we are going to fund. We can get access and control over strategic projects that gives us influence, strategic influence in the other country. It will improve connectivity. It will create trade and economic opportunities, right? So India has been a major player in Nepal in many, many sectors, from education to healthcare to infrastructure, right? Across different sectors, India has been a major investor, and we also share very good defense relations as well. We have supplied weapons, we have trained their armed forces, we have joint military exercises as well. Now, I want you guys to take up a small assignment. Find out the name of the military exercise between India, Nepal, and China and Nepal. India and Nepal have a joint military exercise. Similarly, China and Nepal also have a joint military exercise. Find out the names of these military exercises. It could be important for your prelims. So take this as an assignment. Let me know tomorrow. Let's see how many of you can get it right. Now, even though India is a very influential country, even though we have made a lot of investments in Nepal and given a lot of development assistance, China has emerged as a major competition for India. China has become a major competitor. Today, China is pushing the Belt and Road Initiative, or the One Belt, One Road project, which is an ambitious connectivity project of China. And Nepal has joined the Belt and Road Initiative. Please remember this. Nepal has agreed to be a part of the Belt and Road Initiative. But India has boycotted the Belt and Road Initiative. We have boycotted this initiative of China. All right. In fact, all our neighboring countries have joined Belt and Road Initiative except for Bhutan. Bhutan is the only neighbor of India which has not joined Belt and Road Initiative because it's concerned about India's interests. Right now, I'll not explain why India has quit BRI. We'll discuss that later. When we come to India, Pakistan, India, China, that is where I'll explain why we are not part of Belt and Road Initiative. So out of concern for India, Bhutan also has quit Belt and Road Initiative. It has never joined Belt and Road Initiative. But all other neighboring countries, Pakistan, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and Nepal, they are all part of Belt and Road Initiative of China. Now, under this initiative, China is expanding its connectivity into Nepal. It's building a major railway line and a road network across the Himalayas connecting Tibet with Nepal. And India's fear is that these road rail projects are touching the Indian border. They're coming very close to Nepal-India border. A Chinese-built road and railway line is coming to Kathmandu and even to Lumbini, which is right next to our border in UP and Bihar. So India has a strategic concern that China might use these networks, these road rail networks, to mobilize troops against India. In case tensions increase and a war were to break out between India and China, potentially China can use these road rail networks in Nepal and move the troops, bring them right next to the borders of UP and Bihar. So India has some deep concerns regarding these Chinese projects. China has offered alternate port access as well to reduce Nepal's dependency on India, on Indian ports. China has offered alternate ports to pull Nepal away from Indian influence. China has invested in the mobile internet sector, hydropower sector, in the power transmission sector. Even in cultural space, it has taken up the restoration of Lumbini. It is promoting the Mandarin language in Nepali schools. Mandarin language is being promoted in Nepali schools for Nepali school children, right? So this is where we are facing a tremendous competition with China. In all the key sectors, from infrastructure to mobile internet connectivity, power sector, cultural relations, in all these domains, we are facing a major challenge. And our biggest concern is about the road and rail network from Tibet to Nepal, which is coming close to the Indian border. Is that clear? So we keep a close watch on the relations between Nepal and China, and this is part of our complex equations with these countries. Now, let's close this chapter by discussing the recent visits that happened. That's the last point, and after that, we can end the chapter for today. Recently, Nepal's leader, Prachanda, you can see Prime Minister Pushpa Kamal Dahal, also called Prachanda, in this image with Prime Minister Modi. He recently visited India just a few months back. It was, I think, April 2023. That's when Dahal visited India, and many important agreements were signed. As I told you, Prachanda is a more balanced leader. He has been more balanced in his position when it comes to India-China competition in Nepal. He's not like KP Oli. KP Oli had deliberately favored China and turned against India. But Prachanda is striking a better balance, which is very good for Indian interests. He's balancing Nepal's ties with India and China. So during his recent visit, many important agreements were signed, and I've given you the list. So please take a look at some key projects which are being launched. Our waterway networks are being interconnected to improve connectivity. I hope you know that India has built a national waterway network. Just like we have national highways, we have national waterways on the Ganga, Brahmaputra, and many other major rivers. So the national waterway of India that exists on the Ganga promotes inland navigation. It's one efficient way of moving goods and heavy equipment. So we have signed an agreement for inland navigation between India and Nepal, where we can exploit the waterways, the Ganga river system, to move goods and people between the two countries. We have signed few power transmission agreements. Also, there is focus on some hydropower projects. We have announced new railway projects and handed over some railway projects as well. See, you don't have to remember all the names. Don't bother. Don't bother about remembering the name of the railway line, the name of the power transmission line, which place it is connecting. Don't do that. Not required. Just know what kind of projects are we taking up. Is that clear? We have also set up integrated checkposts along the border. 2 ICPs have been inaugurated. This is basically a land port. It will basically promote trade and movement of people. Just like you have airport and seaport, which is a port of entry, right? Similarly, there are land ports. Countries which share land boundaries, they will have these border checkposts called ICPs, integrated checkposts, We have such ICPs with Bangladesh and Pakistan as well. We are setting up such ICPs with Myanmar as well. So they will provide all facilities under one single terminal, like immigration officials, custom officials, security agencies. They're all present in one single terminal, and they facilitate the quick checking of goods and documents so they can quickly move across the border. The focus is on reducing the delay in movement of goods and people. Is that clear? So we have integrated checkposts with our neighboring countries, and 2 ICPs have been set up with Nepal. 2 more are coming up. So here, maybe remember the location. Maybe this could be relevant for prelims. All right, I'll point out which fact is needed, which is not needed. The ICPs, where they are located along Nepal's border, might become relevant. There might be a question, right? UPSC might give a match the following type of question, where 3-4 ICPs are listed. You should match them with which country? Like you have Wagah Atari checkpost with Pakistan. At Wagah Atari checkpoint, right, in Punjab, we have a ICP, an integrated checkpost with Pakistan. Similarly, we have 4 ICPs with Bangladesh, 4 with Nepal, few with Myanmar. So you should know where they are located. There might be a question on this. We have also launched a petroleum pipeline project to transport fuel from India to Nepal. Right? Petroleum transportation is a major area of collaboration. We also train their civil servants and diplomats. This is part of our foreign policy. Along with IAS, IPS, and IFS probationers who clear this UPSC exam, right? When you clear and you go for your training at Labasna, Mussoorie, or when you go to Sushma Swaraj Institute in Delhi for IFS training, or if you go to the National Police Academy, the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel National Police Academy in Hyderabad for your IPS training, there you will come across foreign cadets as well. You will come across foreign candidates from Nepal, Bhutan, Seychelles, Mauritius, Maldives. All these friendly countries, they get training from India. Their future bureaucrats, diplomats, police officers, they're all trained by Indian institutions, along with Indian probationary officers. Right? So such agreements have been signed, and even cross-border digital payments are being facilitated. The UPI payment gateway is being extended into Nepal. All right. So these were the major announcements during the latest visit. Now I'll point out one last development. Just a few days back, just last week, Nepal's Prime Minister visited China. Pushpa Kamal Dahal, he went to Beijing, met with the Chinese Premier Li Qiang. He also met with Chinese President Xi Jinping. During this visit, they have signed 12 important agreements. So this shows the big role China is also playing in Nepal. So it's a clear indication of the competition between India and China, right? But however, Nepal has refused to join the Global Security Initiative of China. Now, this is a big development. See, earlier this year, in March 2023, Chinese President Xi Jinping, he launched 3 major initiatives to position China as a global power. Xi Jinping has launched 3 initiatives called Global Security Initiative, Global Development Initiative, and Global Civilizational Initiative. All right. Through Global Security Initiative, China is trying to create a new world order. It's trying to challenge the UN system, the Western-dominated international rules-based system, and it's trying to create its own global security system. Through Global Development Initiative, it's challenging the development goals of the world, such as Sustainable Development Goals and UN-led initiatives, and it's trying to create a parallel architecture for development initiatives. Through Civilization Initiative, China is trying to promote its own ideas and ideologies. Like if Western countries promote democracy, human rights, constitutional principles, etc., China has its own vision of the world, which is contradictory to what the West believes in. So through the Civilization Initiative, China is trying to build civilizational ties, and it's trying to champion its version of ideology and agenda. So these three are three major initiatives China has launched in March 2023. Global Security Initiative, Global Development Initiative, and Global Civilization Initiative. It's trying to get support from other countries, from close friendly countries. So China wanted Nepal to join the Global Security Initiative, but Nepal has refused. That clearly shows that Nepal is concerned about India's interests. Nepal knows that India will not be comfortable if it joins the Global Security Initiative with China. So Prachanda is showing that balance in the relationship. Even though 12 key agreements were signed, China also is promising a lot of investments in many projects, right? So we do have a direct competition, but at least in core areas like security, international order, etc., Nepal has shown concern for India's interests and it has refused to join the Global Security Initiative. This happened just last week. That's why I feel it's an important development. So this basically covers my detailed discussion of India-Nepal relations. We have essentially covered all the key topics. Trust me, nothing else can be asked from this important chapter. Be it for prelims or mains, we have covered every key topic that is needed. And we have discussed many related topics as well that will give you a broader understanding of international relations, right? So I hope you guys have understood everything. Please bring up your questions. I'll look at some questions and then we'll take a short break. Let's take a 15 minutes break from 7:45 to 8. All right, we'll take a break. So we still have a few minutes to go. Let me just look at some questions. Aniket is asking, please provide examples of constant national interest and the ones which change with time. National interests such as sovereignty of the country, security of your nation, integrity of your borders, they are constant, they don't change. Some interests which change with time. For example, looking after the well-being of the diaspora. The focus on diaspora might change depending on how much the diaspora is contributing, how large the Indian community is abroad. Even our interest with regard to negotiations at UN, the push for UN reforms, the push for reforms of World Bank, right? Our climate change negotiations, the positions we take at these multilateral platforms, that might change. Our interests might change in the future, right? So those are national interests which keep evolving. But your security interest, your interest related to your sovereignty, your border, right, your territorial control, that is something which remains a constant, which does not change. Even our commitment to democracy, right, that is a core commitment. It remains constant in our national interests. Vedashri is asking, why don't we have hard borders just because of cultural ties? This border is creating a big plunder. Keeping it open is not pragmatic. I already explained this, why open border is important between India and Nepal. It's not just idealism. It's not just about cultural ties. This is the very foundation of the relationship. You destroy the open border system, you're destroying India-Nepal relations. It's actually a pragmatic approach. All right. So the Indian governments know this very well. Subsequent governments have kept the border open because this forms the very basis of the relationship. Just because we have security issues, you can't shut down the open border system. Gauri is asking, why would Nepal allow the infiltration to happen? See, it's not that Nepal allows the infiltration to happen, but Nepal was unable to guard the borders, right? It didn't have enough forces. The border is very challenging. And these criminals and extremists, they were misusing the border system. All right. So it's not that Nepal was allowing it to happen. There are a couple of questions related to terrorism. See, this I'll address in internal security, not in international relations. Deepika and Anshu, they're asking how Indians have become terrorists. Some of the Indians have become terrorists attacking their own country, or how to protect our economy from such terrorism. I'll address this under internal security, right? It requires a detailed discussion of terrorism. We'll do that under internal security. Deepika is asking, sir, since the dams will be located in a highly seismic region, would those dams be sustainable? See, that is a concern that environmental activists have raised. The ecology of Himalayas is already very sensitive and vulnerable. It's already prone to many disasters, especially it's an active tectonic zone. So earthquakes are a real threat. But today you have better engineering, better construction, where you can make them earthquake proof, right? Even dams can be made earthquake resistant. But still, the threat will always be there. The vulnerability will always be there. That's why environmental activists have opposed hydropower projects in the Himalayan region. Amandeep is asking difference between concessional loan and line of credit. Line of credit is a type of concessional loan. There's no difference. They are one and the same. In India, we call it line of credit. The Indian government officially calls it line of credit. Okay, last question. Aditi is asking, isn't there an open border between India and Nepal? Why there is a need for an integrated check post? Even if you have an open border, you still need a check post to facilitate the movement of people and goods, to register how many people are passing through, to register the goods being carried into both the countries, right? So you need a facility where the transactions can happen. Even though there are no visa requirements, there is no custom duties that are imposed, still you need a check post to facilitate the movement. That's why ICPs are being set up between India and Nepal. All right. So let's take a 15 minutes break. We'll come back at 8 a.m. and continue the discussion. We'll take up the next chapter. We'll look at India-Bhutan relations. Hello everyone, welcome back to the session. So now we'll start with the next chapter. We'll focus on India's relations with Bhutan. We'll cover the next Himalayan state. We'll understand why Bhutan is so significant in India's foreign policy. Even though Bhutan is a very small country, we actually pay a lot of attention to this small Himalayan state. The reason why Bhutan is so important for India is primarily due to its strategic location. In every chapter, we'll follow the same approach. We'll understand the geography of the country. We'll understand where the country is located. What features of the country plays a role in foreign policy and international relations of that state. Understanding that gives you a better idea about geopolitics. With Nepal as well, we did the same. I showed you the map. I showed you where Nepal is exactly located, why Nepal occupies a strategic location as far as India is concerned. Similarly, let's do the same for Bhutan, and almost every country will do the same thing. We'll understand the geography of the country to figure out where it is located, why we see these countries to be strategically located. Now, in this map, you can see Bhutan over here. Again, it's a landlocked country. The first point is that it's a landlocked country, which means Bhutan has a economic limitation. It can't easily trade with rest of the world because it does not have direct access to the sea. The second important point is that it is sandwiched between two major Asian powers, that is India and China. It is located right between India and China, similar to Nepal. All right, that's the second important point that you should notice. Now, if you look at Bhutan's territory and the geography and the terrain it is blessed with, it has the Himalayan mountains, dense forests, and it has plenty of natural resources. So it's a country which is blessed with a very pristine environment. But Bhutan, unlike other countries, does not overexploit its resources. If any other country were to be blessed with such resources, they would have already overexploited those resources. But Bhutan is very different, very, very unique in terms of its economic development. Now, if you look at all the major countries in the world, they all measure their economic progress in terms of GDP, in terms of gross domestic product, right? They compute the value of the goods and services being produced within the territory of their country, and they see this as growth, which is a very statistical way of looking at growth. But Bhutan does not believe in such blind economic growth. It does not believe in numbers like GDP numbers. Bhutan has a very different concept altogether called the GNH, the Gross National Happiness Index. Bhutan believes in happiness, in fulfillment. This approach of Bhutan is driven by its culture, by its traditions. Bhutan culturally is a Buddhist nation. It's a Buddhist majority country which deeply believes in spirituality. It has a lot of focus on environment and biodiversity conservation. Bhutan has a firm belief that conserving the environment leads to growth and development. It leads to fulfillment, leads to happiness, right? So Bhutan has devised a unique index to track its progress. It does not believe in GDP-led growth like other countries. Rather, it believes in achieving happiness at the societal level. Your people will be happy not just with money, not just with jobs and economic growth, but with a clean environment, but also with focus on spirituality. So Bhutan places a lot of importance on these aspects of life because of its Buddhist heritage, its Buddhist traditions, right? It's a very conservative country that way. It largely keeps to itself. It does not interact too much with the rest of the world. It does not believe in industrialized growth. It does not believe that growth will happen only if industries are built. So Bhutan does not encourage any kind of over exploitation. It does not encourage blind industrial growth like other countries. So even though it is blessed with resources, right, Bhutan has not over exploited them. No over exploitation. Bhutan places a lot of importance on protecting its sensitive environment and biodiversity. If you have ever visited the country, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Most of its forest areas, the mountainous areas, are virgin, largely untouched by human development. Bhutan relies upon basic agriculture, few cottage industries, and tourism, that to ecotourism, eco-friendly tourism. And another source of revenue for Bhutan is the export of electricity, that to hydropower, because hydropower is relatively cleaner, right? It is much cleaner compared to your thermal power. So Bhutan does not believe in large-scale emissions. It does not believe in burning fossil fuels on a massive scale to drive economic growth. So that's why Bhutan has largely stayed away from rampant industrialization. It has protected its forests, its environment, the biodiversity it is blessed with, and it has become a self-sufficient country today. And India has played a big role in ensuring this. As its closest neighbor, India has respected Bhutan's wishes and choices. We have never enforced ourselves on Bhutan. Just because it's a small country, we haven't dominated over the country. Rather, we treat Bhutan with equal respect. We treat Bhutan as an equal partner for India. So there is that trust that exists between the two countries. There is a trust-based relationship. Both the countries have protected each other, helped out each other without harming the core interests of the other country. For Bhutan, the core interest is about its environment, protection of its resources, limiting over exploitation, not contributing to global emissions, not contributing to pollution. And India respects that choice. We never force Bhutan to give us access to its resources or to pave way for industrialization and large projects. Right? India respects that choice of Bhutan. Similarly, Bhutan respects India's choice. Bhutan respects India's interests. Our biggest interest here is the security interests. The security and strategic interests of India are the priority for us. And Bhutan has always respected this, given the threats that we face here from China. Right? Even Bhutan faces the same threat. In fact, when China annexed Tibet in 1950, right, I explained yesterday that all the Himalayan countries were worried. Nepal, Bhutan, and even Sikkim, they all got worried what China would do next. So they all sought India's help, India's protection. They asked India for defense and security assistance to stand up against Chinese aggression. So India has always been there for countries like Bhutan to help in their defense. We've also stood with Bhutan in the development of the country. Since Bhutan was having a very limited economy, right, it didn't have enough financial resources, as it had stayed away from industrial growth, and tourism was not a big thing back in 1950s and 60s, right? Even hydropower wasn't a major source of revenue back then. So when Bhutan had a very limited economy, when it was struggling with its own financial resources, it was India which stepped up and helped Bhutan financially. Even today, Bhutan's economy is closely tied with the Indian economy. All essential supplies go from India. Basic food items, medicines, vehicles, construction equipment, and even other essential goods, even, for example, fuel. like petrol, diesel, LPG, right? So all basic supplies which are crucial for any economy, right? They are sent from India. As Bhutan is very limited in its economic financial resources, we provide all the basic supplies. We've also given transit access. Bhutan can transit via India and access the seaports if required. So we have directly played a role in the defense of the country and as well as in the development of the country. From 1950s, we have ensured that we provide any assistance that Bhutan requires. Bhutan might face disasters. It might get hit by an earthquake or floods, but India will be there for Bhutan. India will stand up and deliver the assistance that is required. That is the special relationship that has been created, and many experts believe that this is truly a model relationship. This is how a bilateral relationship should be. It is a trust-based relationship. Both the countries trust each other. They've actually been very close to each other in the security and strategic domain, and that shows, that reflects in the actual relations as well. And another unique thing about Bhutan is that even today, it's a monarchy. It is a constitutional monarchy. If you look at its political setup, right, Bhutan is not a full-fledged democracy. It's not like a modern constitutional democracy. There is an elected government. There are basic rights for the people. But the government functions under the king. The king of Bhutan is the head of the state. So Bhutan is still a monarchy that way. The elected government, the prime minister, they all report to the king, who's the head of the state. And it's not just a nominal role for the king. The king plays a direct role in the government, in the executive, right? And India has had very good relations with the royal family. The current king and even the previous, the fourth king, right now it's the fifth king, we have had very good ties with the leadership of Bhutan. Indian leaders from Prime Minister Nehru to Indira Gandhi to Manmohan Singh and Prime Minister Modi, all of them have had very close ties with the royal family. Very close personal relations exist between the leaders of Bhutan and India. This plays a role as well in building the trust in the relationship. Is that clear? Now, if you look at the policy of India, we have cultivated Bhutan as a strategic buffer against Chinese aggression. Remember, we spoke about the buffer strategy yesterday. I explained how British India had developed all the Himalayan kingdoms as a buffer to the north to protect the Indian colony from any Russian invasion. So post-independence, we inherited the buffer policy of Britain, and we have continued with the buffer strategy. So Nepal and Bhutan are buffers for India against any Chinese aggression. Is that clear? Even these countries have sought India's help and assistance, especially when they felt threatened in 1950 with the annexation of Tibet. India readily stepped up and provided security assistance to these countries, and since then, we have formed a very, very close partnership. This relationship is built on the foundation of a treaty, that is the 1949 Treaty of Friendship. If India-Nepal relations are based on the 1950 treaty, 1 year before that, India-Bhutan treaty was signed. In fact, this became the basis for the treaty with Nepal as well. Is that clear? This is what defines the relations even today. Under this treaty, there are some very unique provisions, and you need to understand this. Even though it's an old topic, it is still important because that is what defines India-Bhutan relations. Under this treaty, we have provided for partially open borders. It's not a fully open border like the one we have with Nepal, but it's a partially open border, which means Indians can enter Bhutan without a visa. You don't need a visa to enter Bhutan, but you need to get a travel document because Bhutan has tried to regulate the number of tourists who enter the country. because excessive tourism will lead to environmental damage, right? If you overexploit tourism as well, it will cause environmental destruction. So Bhutan restricts the entry of foreigners into the country. That applies for India as well. You have to pay an entry fee, which is very high. Bhutan levies a very high entry fee. You have to pay the entry fee and get a travel document which allows you to enter the country. Bhutanese people can also enter India without a visa. They just have to provide basic documents, get a travel document, and they can enter India. So it's not a fully open border, but it's a partially open border. The border controls are relaxed. There is easy movement. We have easy movement for people and as well as for goods and vehicles. This is a defining aspect of the relationship. Is that clear? The entry fee that Bhutan levies on tourists is reduced for Indians. Indians get a special discount. Indians are given a exemption. We have to pay a very nominal amount compared to what other foreigners will pay. It's a daily fee. Depending on the number of days you're going to stay, you have to pay a daily fee, which is in turn used for environmental conservation efforts. This entry fee is reduced for Indians as part of the close partnership that we have. So Bhutan has a lot of economic and strategic dependency on India. India also has a need for Bhutan to protect our core security interests. And the 1949 treaty takes care of these interests of both the countries. So partially open borders have been set up, and along with that, Bhutan agreed to be guided by India in its foreign policy. Basically, Bhutan outsourced its foreign policy to India. Now, which country will do that? Imagine a sovereign nation giving up its foreign policy to another country. Since Bhutan was very small, it wouldn't be able to run its own foreign policy. It asked India to guide its foreign policy. From 1949 until 2007, Bhutan's foreign policy was guided by India. Please write down this point, very important. Essentially, India would guide and determine Bhutan's foreign policy from 1949 till 2007. In return, India promised not to interfere in Bhutan's internal matters, meaning will not meddle with Bhutan's political system, will not force the monarchy to transition into a democracy, will not impose democracy on them, will not force Bhutan to abandon its economic path, will not force Bhutan to overexploit resources, will respect the choices of Bhutan, will respect its belief in conservation, in spirituality, in happiness. This is a commitment India made in return for allowing its foreign policy to be guided by India. So this gave India the leverage to stand up against China and use Bhutan as a buffer against China. India is also responsible under the treaty for defending the country against external threats. Essentially, India promised to defend the country, to come to the rescue of Bhutan if there is any external threat. So as part of this relationship, very close defense relations have developed. There is very close military engagement, from training to supply of weapons to joint operations, sharing of intelligence. All right, so across these areas, we have very close collaboration. We have trained Bhutan's Royal Bhutanese Army. We have supplied weapons to them. We share intelligence with them. We have conducted joint operations as well. So such close defense relations exist between the two sides, and Indian troops are stationed as well in Bhutan. In fact, Bhutan's borders with China, they're jointly patrolled. There is joint patrolling with the Chinese border, where Indian Army works with Royal Bhutanese Army. So when it comes to patrolling the China-Bhutan border, Indian and Bhutanese soldiers are jointly deployed. So that is the level of collaboration we have in the defense and strategic domain. So in return, we have given all economic assistance that is possible. All right. So I'll come to the economic partnership later, but let's focus on the diplomatic relationship. What kind of trust exists in this relationship? Experts believe that there is a very high level of diplomatic trust between India and Bhutan because even today, Bhutan has very limited relations with other countries and other powers. Believe it or not, for many years, Bhutan did not have official diplomatic ties with any country apart from India. That was the extent of trust in the relationship. To protect India's influence, to ensure there is no other power which threatens India's influence, Bhutan stayed away from developing ties with other countries. Today, it has opened up to only few countries. It has ties with Nepal, Bangladesh, Thailand, and few other countries through its UN offices in New York and Geneva. It works with very few countries, and it has specifically stayed away from setting up ties with China and the P5 countries. This is something that's very unique. Bhutan has deliberately chosen not to have official ties with China. It does not have official ties with any of the P5 country. Which are the P5 countries? The P5 stands for Permanent Five, the permanent five members of the UN Security Council, the UNSC, which includes US, UK, France, Russia, and China. So Bhutan does not have official diplomatic relations with any of the P5 countries or with any of the big powers. This has been done deliberately by Bhutan to ensure that India is the influential country in the region. The fact that it does not have ties with China is the most important fact for India. As Bhutan was guided by India in its foreign policy, India's advice was don't develop ties with these countries. Allow us to be the influential country. Protect our security, strategic interests. In return, we will give you all the assistance and support that is needed. It's on this promise that the trust-based relationship has been built. India has promised not to meddle internally, not to carry out any interference inside Bhutan. We'll respect Bhutan's choices and wishes. And only thing we expect from Bhutan is that our influence has to be protected, our security, strategic interests have to be protected. Because both of us are facing a major threat here from China. That's why we are guaranteeing the defense of the country as well by providing all the military support needed to Bhutan. Understood? So it means Bhutan does not have an embassy in China and China does not have an embassy in Bhutan. So Bhutan has no embassies in US, Russia, UK, France, or in any of the major countries. And even they don't have official ties with Bhutan. Bhutan has very limited foreign engagement. It has official ties with only few countries and it works with others through its UN offices. Right? At the UN headquarters in New York. And there are many major UN institutions at Geneva. So Bhutan has a diplomatic representation here. Through these UN offices, it will work with other countries. Today, Bhutan has emerged as a leading country with regard to climate change efforts. Because of its commitment to conserve the environment, to tackle emissions and pollution, it has a strong commitment to act against climate change, and it's one of the few countries in the world which are already carbon neutral. Since it has not industrialized its economy, it does not depend on fossil fuels, right? It does not contribute to emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. So whatever emissions come from the country, they are negated by the forests, by the massive forest cover, which acts like a natural carbon sink. Bhutan has never depended on fossil fuels. It has very minimal dependency. Whatever emissions come from the country, from agriculture and other activities, they are compensated by its forests, which act as a carbon sink. In fact, it is even said that Bhutan is a carbon negative country, meaning it's absorbing more carbon compared to its emissions. It's not just carbon neutral, it's carbon negative. It's taken a leadership role at Climate Change Convention, at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, to give a push for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, Bhutan has gained a lot of respect in the world. It works with many countries and organizations to tackle emissions and to switch to clean, renewable forms of energy. That is why Bhutan is more focused on hydropower with India's help. It is focused on solar and wind energy as well. And again, it's India which is playing the role in providing the funds and technology to Bhutan. Is that clear? I think you can understand by this the kind of trust that exists, the diplomatic trust that exists between the two sides. So until 2007, Bhutan was guided by India in its foreign relations as part of this treaty. But in 2007, a change has been done, and you should know this. The 1949 treaty has been renegotiated and upgraded. Bhutan wanted more autonomy for its foreign policy. It wanted to conduct its own foreign relations away from India's guidance. So when Bhutan expressed the interest, India did not push back. Rather, we understood why Bhutan wants to conduct its own foreign policy. So we respected Bhutan's wishes and we renegotiated the treaty in 2007. And since then, Bhutan is no longer required to consult India and to be guided by India in its foreign policy. So from 2007 onwards, Bhutan is independently conducting its own foreign policy. But still, it continues to respect our strategic and security interests. Our guarantee to defend the country continues. The partially open border system continues. The only change is that Bhutan is no longer required to be guided by India in its foreign relations. So in the last 16 years, Bhutan is conducting its own foreign policy. But even now, if it takes a big decision, it will inform India. It will consult with India, it will keep India informed so that India is not threatened by Bhutan's foreign relations. So that shows the close friendship that exists. It shows the model relations that have been built between the two sides, because both of us, we treat each other as equal partners. We've never seen Bhutan as a small, insignificant country. Rather, we have seen Bhutan as an equal partner, and that respect can be seen in the relations and the way in which the relationship has developed. Is that clear? So there is a free trade regime in place that provides for free movement, easy movement of people, goods, and vehicles. It promotes the trade relationship. As I told you, all essential supplies go from India. But on the diplomatic side, Bhutan today is more independent. The treaty was revised and updated in 2007. And since then, it's conducting its own foreign policy. And we are comfortable with that. India has no issues with that. Even now, Bhutan, if it takes a big decision, it will consult India, it will keep India informed. We continue to promise military support. We continue to defend the country, right? We continue to supply weapons. We have still stationed troops in Bhutan. And that close security relationship continues, along with the close economic relationship. Only with regard to its foreign policy, it's become more independent. And in the last 16 years, it's conducting its own foreign relations. Now, based on this, let me explain other aspects of the relationship. There are a few more aspects that you need to understand. One is the security relations, what kind of defense security relations we have. And we should focus on one important issue, the border dispute between China and Bhutan. Just like India-China have a boundary dispute, similarly, China-Bhutan also have a boundary dispute, and it's of great interest for India. These topics are very important, along with the economic assistance we are providing to the country. So if you understand all of this, it will complete the chapter. It's a very small topic because the country itself is a very small country, right? Even though it's a small topic, trust me, it's important for your exams. You can get a mains question. UPSC might ask you to examine that India-Bhutan have model relations, right? What are the various aspects of this relationship? Discuss in detail. Such questions can come. Or there can be a question on China-Bhutan border dispute, which is recently in news, and how it affects India. Because China, Bhutan are negotiating their boundary dispute. Some recent negotiations have taken place. And these talks might have an impact on India. Or recently there was a boundary dispute which escalated called the Doklam dispute, which I'm going to explain later. right? So there could be a question on the Doklam crisis that happened in 2017 and how India got involved in this dispute. So all these topics are very relevant for our exam. That's why, even though it's a small country, even though it's a small chapter, it's still a very important topic for our exams. So let's take a look at the defense and security ties between India and Bhutan. As India is responsible for the defense of Bhutan, we have promised to defend the country. We have established an Indian military training team that is stationed in Bhutan. So there is a permanent troop deployment. We have a troop presence that trains the Royal Bhutanese Army. Training is an important area of collaboration. The Royal Bhutanese Army is trained by the Indian Army. Is that clear? We have joint exercises. We have conducted some important joint operations as well. And we share intelligence with each other. Plus, India supplies weapons. We supply weapons as well to Bhutan to guarantee its security and defense. To highlight this security cooperation, I'm going to talk about one incident that happened many years ago. This is a perfect example to highlight the close defense security relations between India and Bhutan. This is related to Northeast insurgency. You know that in many northeastern states, we have seen multiple insurgencies. In Assam, in Nagaland, Tripura, right, in Manipur and Mizoram. Across the Northeast region, there have been multiple insurgencies over the last 70 years. So when India was tackling Northeast insurgency, there was one incident which happened in early 2000. In the late 1990s, India carried out a counter-insurgency operation called Operation Rhino. Operation Rhino was a counter-insurgency operation of India, COIN operation. COIN stands for counter-insurgency. To tackle the insurgent groups in the Northeast, a counter-insurgency operation called Operation Rhino was carried out by the Indian Army along with the Assam Rifles, which is deployed in the Northeast. But what happened was, because of Operation Rhino, various Northeast insurgent groups, they came under a lot of pressure as Indian forces were targeting them, right? They came under a lot of pressure in the Northeast. And because of Operation Rhino, these insurgents, they fled from India and they took shelter in Bhutan. Insurgent outfits such as Ulfa from Assam, Bodo outfits from Assam like NDFB, the Kamtapur Liberation Organization from Assam and West Bengal, the NSCN from Nagaland, ATTF from Tripura. All these major insurgent groups were targeted under Operation Rhino by Indian forces. This was an operation within India, within Northeast India. But because of these sustained counter-insurgency operations, these insurgents, they came under a lot of pressure. So they ran away from India and they took shelter. They hid themselves in Bhutan. Now, this was done without any support from Bhutan. Bhutan would never support these insurgents. Is that clear? Whereas other neighboring countries like Bangladesh and even Myanmar, they have been a safe haven for Northeast insurgents from many decades. We will study this in the next chapters when we take up Bangladesh and Myanmar. There you will understand how Northeast insurgent groups found a safe haven in these neighboring countries. Their governments were supporting them. Right? In Bangladesh, we had a hostile government which was supporting Northeast insurgents, creating a safe haven for them by working with Pakistan. In Myanmar as well, some elements of Myanmar's army and some local ethnic groups, they have given support to Northeast insurgents by working with China. But Bhutan would never do this. Bhutan would never shelter these anti-India elements. All right? The moment India detected the presence of these insurgents, India and Bhutan started collaborating. We started working together. We shared the information, we shared the intelligence with Bhutan's security forces and agencies. And based on this, we planned a joint operation called Operation All Clear. Operation All Clear was a joint military operation of India and Bhutan to flush out these insurgents who were hiding in Bhutan. It was a very successful operation. The Indian Army deployed special forces, the para commandos, the para special forces were deployed along with Indian intelligence agencies, and Bhutan's armed forces played a role. And in this joint operation, we targeted these northeast insurgents who were hiding in the forests of Bhutan. They were all flushed out from Bhutan under this successful counter-insurgency operation called Operation All Clear. So this is a perfect example to show the security cooperation between the two countries. Is that clear? Please understand this topic. It's very, very important. Apart from this, the border is very safe. There is no organized crime as such. There is no infiltration or smuggling that prevails along India-Bhutan border. It's a very safe border, and both sides have ensured the security of the border. There is a lot of collaboration in border security as well. We cooperate with each other to secure this border, right? Do you know which is the border guarding force from India? Which border guarding force has been deployed to secure this border with Bhutan? Does anyone know which is the security force? Very good. Many of you have got it right. It is the SSB, the Sashastra Seema Bal, the force which guards the boundary with Nepal. The same force is deployed for the Bhutan border as well. All right. So these are the basic pointers you should be aware of with regard to our defense and security relations. Understood? Now, we'll come to the biggest topic, the China-Bhutan border dispute. Trust me, guys, this is a very, very important topic, both for prelims and mains. It's been recently in news. In 2017, we had a major crisis and an escalation that involved India as well. And in the last few months, there are talks, boundary talks going on between China and Bhutan to resolve the boundary dispute, and some progress has been made. So because of all these recent developments, which is in current affairs, the topic becomes very important for your mains and prelims. All right. So let me explain everything about the China-Bhutan border dispute. If you look at the map, you'll understand where the dispute is located. There are three specific locations where China-Bhutan have a standing dispute. This is at Doklam. Over here, this is where Doklam is located. This is towards the western sector of the border. If you look at the total length of this boundary, it's I think around 480, 490 kilometers. In the western sector of this border, there is a place called Doklam. Doklam Plateau, Doklam Bowl, they all refer to the same place. It's part of Bhutan's territory. It belongs to Bhutan. It is also under Bhutan's control. But China has always tried to claim Doklam for itself. And recently, there was a major escalation at Doklam that involved India. All right, I'll come to that. I'll discuss the Doklam crisis. But please note that in the western sector of the boundary, there is a disputed location called Doklam. In the northern part of the boundary, there are two places, that is Jakarlum and Pasamlum. These are the three disputed sites along the China-Bhutan border. See, when China was established in 1949, that's when People's Republic of China was established. The PRC, as I told you, was an expansionist aggressive power. It was constantly trying to expand its territory. Then in 1950, it annexed Tibet. And overnight, it became a neighbor of India, Bhutan, and Nepal. Correct? Or else we wouldn't have this boundary with China. Because China annexed Tibet, these boundaries became part of our international borders. So China disputed the validity of these boundaries. Because these boundaries that you see here, They were all negotiated during the British era. According to China, there were British era boundaries. For example, the borders between India and Tibet, the Kingdom of Tibet, they were negotiated between British India and the then Kingdom of Tibet. The boundaries between Bhutan and China, that is Bhutan and Tibet, were also negotiated by the British. So as China occupied Tibet, it annexed Tibet in 1950, it said we will not recognize the British era boundaries. It challenged the validity of these boundaries and picked these disputes with India and Bhutan. You might ask why it hasn't picked a dispute with Nepal. In Nepal, China has deeper interests. It knows that Nepal can be pulled away from Indian influence. China needs Nepal to monitor Tibetan activists. That is why China is not picking disputes with Nepal, but with Bhutan, which is closer to India. China is trying to constantly undermine the Indian influence in the region. This is an extension of the five-finger policy that I explained earlier. Because Bhutan is one of the five fingers. Just like Nepal, then Sikkim, Ladakh, and Arunachal Pradesh, Bhutan is one of the five fingers of Tibet, according to China. So China's control on Tibet will be strong when these five fingers of Tibet are destabilized. That has always been China's focus. So it has raised these disputes at Doklam, Jakarlung, and Pasamlung, and these are the three major boundary disputes that exist. So let's discuss the Doklam issue, and then there are some related topics that I'll explain. Recently, we saw a major escalation in 2017 over the Doklam dispute. If you look at the map, this is where the Doklam Plateau or the Doklam Bowl is located. This is the region. And if you observe, this is the tri-junction of India, Bhutan, and China. The three countries meet over here. This is our state of Sikkim, which merged with India in 1975. Correct? So Doklam is a place where India, China, and Bhutan meet. It's a tri-junction point. Right next to Doklam, there are some strategic locations, very important locations from a military perspective. Can you see the Chumbi Valley here? This is the Chumbi Valley of Tibet. It's a protrusion of Tibet between Sikkim and Bhutan. This serves a very big military purpose for the Chinese PLA. The Chinese army has a major military presence in Chumbi Valley, which allows China to dominate over India and Bhutan. Right next to Doklam, you can see the strategic Nathula Pass in Sikkim. I already explained, Nathula is an important route. It's a historical route that has connected India with Tibet. Since ancient times, Buddhism has traveled through this route to Tibet and China. There is local trade, border trade that exists in ancient medieval times and even in modern times. It's a route for Kailash Manas Sarovar Yatra, which is in Tibet. Along with that, Nathula is of great military and strategic significance as well, because both India and China have a strong military presence over here. We have had many clashes in the past near Nathula, right? In the 1962 war, Chinese troops invaded this region and they came very, very close to India's weakness, which is the Siliguri corridor that you can see over here. India's concern here is the Siliguri corridor and the Nathula Pass. This narrow stretch of land called the Siliguri corridor, it is a choke point for India. It's a strategic choke point. It's a very vulnerable region for India and it's called the chicken's neck. It's as vulnerable as a chicken's neck. Now please look at the map. Look, see how narrow this territory is, this land corridor is. It's essentially a small patch of India that is the only connection between Northeast India and the rest of the country. Because Siliguri corridor is surrounded by two foreign countries. This is Nepal here This is Bangladesh here. So the Siliguri corridor of India is a narrow patch of Indian territory which is sandwiched between Nepal and Bangladesh. The width here is hardly around 20 to 80 kilometers. Right? This is the width that is available here. It's a very small, narrow corridor and the only connection that links Northeast India with rest of India. So since the 1962 war, India has had a major concern that China might always try to capture Siliguri and impose a blockade which would cut off the Northeast from India. This is the weakness that we have at Doklam. That's why it's a choke point for India. Indian strategic establishment, our armed forces, the defense ministry, intelligence agencies, foreign ministry, they all look at Siliguri as a weakness. It's a choke point for India because it's a narrow patch of India which can be blocked, which can be cut off by an enemy. This threat came real, almost came real during the 1962 war when Chinese troops invaded through this region and came very close to Siliguri region. Siliguri is in West Bengal. This is West Bengal here. All right. Also, the terrain is difficult after Siliguri. You reach the Darjeeling area from where you have hilly mountainous region. So connectivity to Northeast is also complicated through Siliguri corridor. It's not easy to build roads and railway lines to connect the rest of India with Northeast India. So Siliguri is of great strategic significance for us. It's a vulnerability for India. It's a weak point. It's as weak as a chicken's neck. It's very slender. It can be broken off easily. That is why India sees this as a choke point. Now, Doklam is very close to the Siliguri corridor. It's very close to the Nathula Pass, right? So from Chumbi Valley, China can access Doklam, Nathula and Siliguri, and whoever controls Doklam, they will have a vantage point. They will have an advantageous position to access Nathula and Siliguri, which are strategically vital for India. So this is why India is involved in the Doklam issue. Even though it's between Bhutan and China, we get involved because one, we were guiding Bhutan in its foreign policy until 2007. And second, we are responsible for the defense of the country. Correct? So in 2017, there was an incident where the PLA was constructing a road in the disputed Doklam region that belongs to Bhutan. What happened was, there was a patrolling team of Indian Army and Royal Bhutanese Army. They were on a patrol, right? Both India and Bhutan have deployed troops here at Doklam. So they were conducting a joint patrol and they were shocked to find Chinese soldiers in Bhutan's territory where they were building an illegal road. Illegal road construction was being taken up. So immediately the Indian troops objected to this construction activity. The Indian Army, along with the Bhutanese forces, we tried to prevent the Chinese PLA from building this road. So this led to a military confrontation. It led to a border clash. And the troops, they engaged in a fist fight. They engaged in a hand-to-hand fight that led to injuries on both the sides. See, between India and China, you don't see the opening of fire. You don't see that Indian troops and Chinese troops, they don't open fire against each other, right? That's because there are few boundary agreements which obligates India-China from not opening fire against each other. We'll discuss those agreements under India-China later. In the last 50 years, after 1962 war, we haven't seen a direct military confrontation where we have opened fire against each other. It's not a coincidence. It's because there are few boundary agreements we have signed in 1990s that establishes a basic protocol on how India-China have to behave near the disputed boundary. So both Indian and Chinese soldiers are prohibited from carrying heavy weapons near the border when they are on patrol. They are prohibited from opening fire against each other. Because of these boundary agreements, a certain degree of peace has prevailed and clashes and incursions haven't turned into a full-fledged conflict. Is that clear? Under these boundary agreements, there is an established mechanism for resolving these minor disputes at the ground level itself. There are established channels of communication between military commanders at the local level and senior level so that forces can meet each other, they can discuss and work out a settlement if there is any tension or escalation that happens at the border area. I'm going to explain these boundary agreements in India-China chapter, not here. But now just understand that we do have these agreements that prevents us from opening fire. It prevents us from carrying heavy weaponry. And if there is an escalation, if clashes occur, right, there is a mechanism for both the sides to talk. And local commanders will discuss, they'll meet, they'll negotiate, they'll try to de-escalate and disengage. Similarly, if local commanders fail to achieve a resolution, then there is a hierarchy which has been created. Senior military commanders will get involved from India and China to discuss and resolve the issue then and there. The idea is to ensure that minor disputes and clashes does not turn into a bigger conflict. Right? If you don't have these mechanisms, every small clash or incursion could turn into a war. So to prevent this from happening, in 1990s, we have signed a series of agreements. These boundary agreements, they are the ones which are preventing a war between India and China. Even during the latest Ladakh crisis which happened, right? There was a major escalation. Soldiers were killed on both the sides. But still it didn't turn into a conflict because both the sides were pushed to de-escalate and disengage following the talk process which is provided under these boundary agreements. So these agreements prevent both sides from opening fire and carrying heavy weapons. That is why when there is a clash, when there is an incursion, you will see that Indian troops and Chinese troops, they beat up each other. They throw stones, they use hockey sticks or cricket bats or baseball bats to beat up each other. They engage in a hand-to-hand fight. Some of you might wonder, you might have read this in newspapers. Just last year in Tawang, in Arunachal Pradesh, there was another clash which happened. Again, Indian Chinese soldiers, they fought hand-to-hand. Even in the Ladakh crisis in 2020, in the Galwan River Valley clashes, around 20 Indian soldiers were martyred. For the first time, so many soldiers were killed after 1962 war. Many Chinese soldiers were also martyred. But these deaths did not occur due to opening of fire because both are prohibited from opening fire. These deaths happened at Galwan River Valley because both the sides pushed each other and many soldiers, they slipped and fell in the Galwan River Valley. It's because of those injuries that the soldiers died, because of the hand-to-hand combat. But both sides cannot open fire against each other. And since at least 1970s, both sides haven't fired against each other. All right. Now in Doklam in 2017, when Indian troops detected the Chinese road activity, we objected to it. Why? Because India has an obligation to defend Bhutan. And not just that, Doklam is strategically vital for the Indian Army. As I explained, it's very close to Natula and Siliguri. Whoever controls it, they have a vantage point. India was very clear that China cannot take up such construction activity in Bhutanese territory. So we tried blocking the Chinese construction. That led to a clash between our troops and many soldiers got injured on both the sides. This escalated very quickly and resulted in tensions between the two sides. Both India and China brought reinforcements. They mobilized more troops. They started bringing more troops and military equipment near the region, into the region. And things were escalating very quickly. It appeared that as if India and China were getting ready to go for a war or a conflict over Doklam issue. Now, that is how important Doklam was to India. Even though it's Bhutan's territory, it's part of Bhutan-China dispute. India got deeply involved and directly involved because Doklam is strategically very significant for India. So both countries mobilized troops, which further escalated the tensions. And all the mechanisms we had, the border mechanisms, which I was mentioning, these mechanisms failed to give a result. these boundary agreements, which I was talking about, they did not give the desired results. The talks were failing between the military commanders, and there was no de-escalation. They failed to achieve a de-escalation. They couldn't disengage their troops and pull back the troops. There were constant tensions between the two sides for several weeks, and it became a major dispute between India and China. Is that clear? That is why the Doklam dispute is so important. The dispute was finally resolved with the intervention of the Prime Minister of India and the President of China. At the highest leadership level, an intervention was done through the Wuhan Informal Summit. At the Wuhan Informal Summit, Prime Minister Modi requested Chinese President Xi Jinping for a talk because all other mechanisms were failing. The established border mechanisms under which military commanders were talking, that was not giving results. Now this had escalated to senior officials, the army chiefs, intelligence chiefs, foreign ministers, defense ministers. They were all engaging, even national security advisors. They were all talking to each other, but it wasn't giving a result. So this standoff continued for several weeks, and one mistake from each side could have easily turned this into a full-blown war. So to prevent this from happening, Prime Minister Modi reached out to Xi Jinping and asked for an informal summit. So this informal meeting happened in Wuhan, in China, and it gave an opportunity for the two leaders to discuss freely. In an informal summit, there is no structure. It's not an organized summit where everything is pre-decided. So it gives flexibility to the leaders to discuss the issue they want. So Prime Minister Modi used the opportunity to discuss Doklam issue, and both leaders agreed to de-escalate. They promised to de-escalate and disengage their troops from the region. That is how the Doklam crisis was resolved in 2017-2018. Is that clear? It shows the extent to which India went to defend Bhutan, because Doklam is so critical for us and we are obligated to defend Bhutan. That is the key point you take away from this. All right. But however, we have noticed later that China, as usual, has betrayed its commitments. In the last few years, India has been saying that China is breaching the border agreements of 1990s. It's not following the protocols and the border mechanisms that we created in 1990s. It's deliberately breaching them. And apparently, it has betrayed India on the Doklam commitment as well that was made at Wuhan Informal Summit. Both sides had promised to de-escalate and disengage, but later we have noticed that the Chinese army has completed the road construction which started this crisis. That road construction has been completed in Bhutan's territory. A PLA settlement has come up near Doklam. This is contrary to the promise that China had made. It means China is deliberately escalating again and again. All right. This strategy of China is often referred to as the salami slicing technique. This is the salami slicing technique of China. What does it mean? It basically refers to the incremental annexation that China carries out of foreign territories. As you know, China being an expansionist power, it has disputes with all the neighbors. And experts have noticed a strategy of China. What China does is that it deliberately triggers an escalation by first carrying out such incursions. That is, by entering the foreign territory or by trying to construct a road or a settlement. Deliberately, it will challenge the sovereignty of the country and it will carry out an incursion where Chinese troops enter the foreign territory. Then, what they do is that they appear to negotiate after the crisis escalates, they offer to negotiate. Talks will take place. Some temporary solution is also worked out following the talks. And then what China does is that it will occupy some of that area. And this process will repeat over years and years. China will not occupy territories in one go. This is one pattern, one strategy that we have noticed. That's why many strategic experts call it the salami slicing technique. Salami is a meat cut. It's a type of meat cut where you cut salami by slicing it. You cut salami by slice. Similarly, China slices your territory. Instead of occupying the whole territory at one go, it carries out a creeping incremental annexation. This will happen not in months or years, it will happen over decades. This is a Chinese strategy of expanding its territory and dominating the border areas with all the neighbors, not just India. It has done the same with Mongolia, with Vietnam, with Philippines, with Russia as well. So this tendency of China is noticed at Doklam as well. Even after promising to de-escalate and disengage completely and pull back the troops, China has betrayed India on the commitment. Many months later, it has been noticed that China has completed that road, built a small PLA settlement as well, which has strengthened its position at Doklam, nearby Doklam. Is that clear? Another challenge we face is that China is creating border villages. It is deliberately building villages near the disputed border and bringing people into them. From other parts of China, there is no dearth of people in China. It will forcefully shift the population and settle them in these border villages. These are new villages which are created. They don't exist before. By building such border villages and populating them, China is increasing its claims. Right? In the future, if there are clashes or wars or conflicts, China will have a stronger position because of the presence of such border villages. So this remains a challenge for India. It remains a very big challenge for India on how we deal with an aggressive China. So Doklam issue was one major experience for us that involved Bhutan as well. Right? It's a part of Bhutan's dispute, but has a huge impact on India. China went one step ahead in 2020 by raising a new issue over Sakteng Wildlife Sanctuary of Bhutan. This was another deliberate strategy of China to put pressure on India-Bhutan relations. China has always been jealous of the close ties between India and Bhutan. And this was one strategy where it raised a new claim to put pressure on Bhutan to pull Bhutan away from Indian influence. All right, what happened was in 2020, when the Ladakh crisis had already started, India was already preoccupied with the Ladakh crisis, where multiple incursions had happened. At multiple locations, a military standoff had started between India and China in 2020. Parallelly, China raised a new claim with Bhutan, and it said that Sakteng Wildlife Sanctuary over here, that borders Arunachal Pradesh, which is near Tawang, also belongs to China. This claim had never been mentioned before. See, China-Bhutan have boundary talks going on since 1984. From more than 40 years, boundary talks have taken place. 24 rounds of talks have happened. Not once China had mentioned the Sakteng dispute. But all of a sudden, this new issue was raised by China, and it was a deliberate strategy to put pressure on Bhutan. What China is trying to do is that in the boundary talks which are going on, it is trying to offer an exchange. This is India's suspicion. India's fear and suspicion is that China is offering an exchange. What is the exchange? China will give up Jakarlung and Pasamlung. It will not claim them. It will give up its claims and return the territory to Bhutan. But in return, it will want Doklam. Can you understand the Chinese strategy? They don't care about Jakarlung and Pasamlung. Doesn't matter for them. It's only with Bhutan. There is no India present there. China's focus is on putting India under pressure, and Doklam is an opportunity for them. China knows Doklam is strategically vital due to its proximity to Siliguri corridor and Nathula Pass. So to put India on the back foot, China puts more pressure on Bhutan to harm the relations so that Bhutan will feel scared. It will feel worried at one point. Any country will feel that why should I get caught between two large countries which are fighting? Now, Bhutan might feel that it's under pressure from China because of its close ties with India. So tomorrow there might be a possibility where Bhutan might agree for an exchange because of this tremendous pressure. The exchange being proposed is that Jakarlung, Pasanglung claims will be given up. But in return, China wants Doklam. That is the exchange that China is proposing. And of course, India opposes this and Bhutan stands with India. Bhutan has firmly remained with India in this regard. It raised a new claim at Sakteng deliberately to put Bhutan under more pressure. That is the strategy that we have seen from China. Is that clear? So along with this, recently from 2022 till now, in the last 8 to 10 months, the boundary talks have started progressing. There has been a major progress in the last few months especially. These are part of current affairs. It's part of recent developments. These boundary talks are going on since 1984. Initially, it was guided by India because Bhutan was guided by India in its foreign policy until 2007. Correct? So India would facilitate these talks. Please remember, China, Bhutan, they don't have official ties. They don't have official diplomatic relations. So India would facilitate these talks. And till now, 24 negotiations have taken place. 24 rounds of talks have been held. But these talks, they hit a break in 2016 because after Doklam crisis, fresh talks did not happen. The boundary talks were paused following the Doklam crisis. But now it has been resumed again. Some progress is being seen in the last few months. All right, and they've agreed to achieve a solution as quickly as possible. China, Bhutan have met again. They've set up some expert committees and bodies, and they're looking to hold the 25th round of border talk very soon, and they're expected to reach a solution. In the last few months, there has been a major development on this front. The expert group meeting, both sides have set up an expert group, and 13th round of their meeting took place in Beijing in August, just a couple of months ago. And they have constituted a joint technical team to delimit the boundary, to draw the boundary between the two countries. And the first meeting of the Joint Technical Committee was also carried out. And they have finalized a 3-step roadmap in 2021, based on which they will find a final solution to the border dispute. We don't know what the 3-step roadmap is in the public domain. It's a classified document. It's a secret document between China and Bhutan as part of their diplomatic engagement. Even though it does not have diplomatic relations, boundary talks are going on, and they have finalized a 3-step roadmap, a 3-step approach, which includes establishing an expert committee and a technical committee, and they're looking to hold the 25th round of talks as soon as possible to finalize a solution. So maybe in the coming months, maybe next year, we might see some development on this front. So India is closely watching these developments. There might be a final solution, but we know for sure Bhutan will not betray India. It has always stood by India. It will protect India's interests. It will not agree for an exchange without India's consultation and approval. Right? But India closely watches the boundary talks which are going on, and Bhutan is sharing that information as well, telling India what's happening, keeping India updated regarding the boundary talks. Is that clear? So it's a very big topic. It's a very important topic that is relevant for India, for India's interests. So please pay attention in your current affairs for China-Bhutan boundary dispute. In the nearby future, there might be new rounds of talks. There might be a final solution as well, right? So how it impacts India is a important topic for our exam. So with this, we are at the last part of the discussion. We will cover the economic cooperation and the various initiatives that are present between India and Bhutan. That will complete our discussion for today, and we can close the class for today. Coming to our economic partnership, you already know that Bhutan has a lot of dependency on India. India has given tremendous support from 1950s itself. India is the largest trade and development partner for Bhutan. In fact, from 1950s to early 2000, for almost 40 years, Bhutan's 5-year plans and budget were sponsored by India through the Indian budget. In our yearly budget, there would be a separate allocation made for Bhutan. That was the financial support given by India. Direct budgetary support was given. Direct budgetary support was extended by India to finance the 5-year plans of Bhutan. Even it adopted a planned model of development like India, right? So to finance those 5-year plans, India provided the funding in 1960s, 70s, and 80s. So we have played a very big role in creating essential infrastructure in Bhutan. We have funded many key initiatives, and we set up Project Dantak in 1960s to carry out construction of roads and infrastructure in the country. Since Bhutan didn't have the finances and the technology and resources, India helped out Bhutan in road construction and infrastructure creation through Project Dantak. It's a joint project between India and Bhutan, where India is giving assistance, financial and technical assistance. We are giving financial support and technical support to execute key infrastructure projects. It was started by Prime Minister Nehru with the then King of Bhutan. And this has continued since then. And we have taken up many major infrastructure projects in the country. We have built roads. We have set up many hydropower plants. We are going to discuss that hydropower cooperation. We have given assistance in the field of agriculture, healthcare, education. We provide training to their military and civilian officials. Both their military and civilian officials are trained by India. All right. And we also have a free trade regime, as I mentioned earlier, that provides for free movement between India and Bhutan. Right. So that is the special economic relationship we have created. But the biggest investment we have made is in the hydropower sector. India has seen a lot of success in Bhutan, unlike Nepal. In Nepal, we studied that we have struggled in many hydropower projects. Even though we have promised many projects, we haven't been able to deliver, right? Because of lack of funding, technical issues, local protests and opposition, right? Because of all those hurdles in Nepal, we haven't been able to see success in the hydropower sector. But Bhutan is a different story. We have worked with Bhutan to sustainably exploit its hydropower potential. As Bhutan believes in sustainable, environment-friendly development, it believes in clean, renewable energy. Hydropower is the perfect answer. Is that clear? So India has funded many projects. We have executed those projects as well. It's Indian companies which have constructed them. Indian companies like National Hydropower Corporation, National NTPC, Thermal Power Corporation, and some private companies as well. They are involved in these hydro projects. So please remember the name of some of the important hydropower projects. You have Chuka, Kurichu, and Tala, which are already generating a lot of electricity. Then there is the Mangdechu hydro project, which was recently completed. There is an upcoming project called Punachangchu. All right. And another major project that was started recently is the Kolongchu hydro power project. These are some major Indian investments. And as a result, Bhutan is generating surplus electricity. It is exporting this electricity in South Asia, and it's earning revenue from this, which makes Bhutan self-sufficient in today's world. Its budgetary dependency on India has gone down. Its financial dependency has gone down because today Bhutan has become self-sufficient. It's earning enough revenue through export of electricity and also through tourism. These are major sources of revenue which is sustaining Bhutan's economy, and its financial dependency on India is reduced, and it has one of the highest per capita incomes in South Asia today. So India has played a direct role in this sustainable development of Bhutan, in exploiting the hydropower potential of the country. So no wonder experts believe that this is a model relationship. We have treated Bhutan as an equal partner. There is mutual respect in the relationship, and both the sides have been sensitive to each other's concerns. We have not forced our industrialization, resource exploitation on Bhutan. We have not forced democracy on Bhutan. We have not interfered with the monarchy. We have not interfered with their internal politics. Similarly, Bhutan has respected our security interests. It has protected India's interests against Chinese influence. It hasn't played India versus China like Nepal has done. That is why this is a model relationship where there is a lot of trust between the two countries. We give this support to each other at multilateral bodies as well, even at multilateral organizations such as United Nations, and at various groupings like SAARC, BIMSTEC, at Climate Change Convention, WTO. At all such key platforms, India, Bhutan support each other. Bhutan completely supports India's entry into UN Security Council as a permanent member. India is pushing for reforms of the UN, and Bhutan is a direct supporter of India. We support Bhutan's position at Climate Change Convention. We support each other at regional groupings as well, like SAARC and BIMSTEC. For example, when the Uri terror attacks happened, right, in 2016, India boycotted the SAARC summit, which was to be hosted in Islamabad, as Pakistan was responsible for the Uri terror attacks. Right? India boycotted that year's SAARC summit in 2016. Along with India, Bhutan and all the other SAARC members also boycotted the summit and blamed Pakistan for the attack. So Bhutan stood with India in supporting us against terrorism, against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. So that is the close collaboration that exists between these two neighboring countries. Now coming to the BBIN corridor, you already know what BBIN is. We've just discussed that under Nepal, but I'll explain why Bhutan has not joined. It has not joined because of its environmental commitment. That is the reason. Bhutan's commitment to gross national happiness, its strong commitment to environment, biodiversity conservation and protection, has prevented Bhutan's parliament from approving the initiative. Bhutan's parliament has rejected this proposal. Bhutan's government was interested, but the parliament rejected the initiative in 2015. That is why Bhutan has not been able to join the BBIN corridor. It's on environmental grounds. Because if the corridor is set up, Bhutan's worry is that large goods carrying trucks will enter the country. From India, Bangladesh, Nepal, the movement of trucks will increase. That can cause air pollution, contribute to more emissions of greenhouse gases, which could harm the environment and biodiversity of Bhutan. This goes against the climate commitments of Bhutan. That is why Bhutan's parliament rejected BBIN in 2015. All right, but the door is always open. India has kept the option open. If Bhutan wants, it can join any time. That's why it is still called BBIN corridor. As of now, India, Bangladesh, Nepal have gone ahead. They've signed the motor vehicles agreement, but Bhutan has stayed out of it because of environmental concerns. We also have close cultural ties between each other. It's one of the focus countries under the Buddhist Circuit Initiative. The Buddhist Circuit Initiative of India focuses not just on Nepal, but also on all the Asian countries where Buddhism is popular, be it Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, then many countries from Southeast and East Asia. They are the focus of our Buddhist Circuit Initiative to attract more tourists from Japan, from China, from South Korea, from Thailand, and all Southeast Asian countries, and from our neighboring countries as well, where Buddhism is a major religion. Right? So we do engage in soft power diplomacy to build our close cultural ties, which is rooted in Buddhism. And we also provide many scholarships. We provide many scholarships to students and professionals. We help them in training and capacity building through a program called ITEC program. ITEC is a very important initiative. It's a initiative of the Ministry of External Affairs. It stands for Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation. This program applies for many developing and underdeveloped nations. Several developing countries and underdeveloped countries from Asia, Africa, Latin America, all of them, they get the support from India with regard to scholarships for education and training. That is the focus of ITEC program. And Bhutan is one of the beneficiaries. All right, every year we assign a quota to different countries, developing, underdeveloped countries. They all get scholarships. They can send their students to Indian colleges, Indian universities. We conduct training programs as well in their countries to train their government officials, their professionals, etc. It's basically a training, educational, and capacity building program, right? So under this, we are sharing technical knowledge, economic knowledge, giving them skill building or skill development. So these scholarships are extended as part of the people-to-people relations under ITEC program. So many developing, underdeveloped countries benefit from this, and Bhutan is one of them. It's one of the beneficiaries of the ITEC program. So this explains the close relations between the two sides. And recently, the visit of Bhutan's king to India was a very positive development. Just a few months back, in April, Bhutan's king, Jigme Kesar Nangmyal Wangchuk, paid a very important visit to India, and both the sides have launched some new initiatives. India has agreed to provide an additional line of credit, which is a fresh concessional loan to finance some projects, infrastructure projects in Bhutan. We've also agreed to speed up the hydro projects which are pending, especially the Sangkosh and Purat Sangchu projects which have been delayed. We have also revised the tariff, the rate at which India is purchasing electricity from the Chuka hydro project, and we are agreeing to buy more power from the Basochu power project. The tariff rates have been renegotiated. We have agreed for a higher price, so Bhutan will get more money from exporting electricity to India. So it will help us bridge our energy deficit. We'll also resupply this to Bangladesh and Nepal through the power grid that we have created, through the power transfer arrangement that we have created. With Bhutan as well, an integrated checkpost is being set up at Jaigong. All right, please remember this. And the first ever cross-border railway link from Kokrajhar in Assam to Gelupu is being built. It will be a railway link, the first railway link between India and Bhutan, right, from Kokrajhar, which is a border district in Assam, that will be connected with Gelupu in Bhutan through this railway link. So this major project was announced, and many new areas have been identified, like space, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, upskilling, technology and innovation. All these new emerging sectors have also been identified as areas of cooperation between the two countries. So that is the positive development that we saw during the latest visit of Bhutan's king to India. So that is part of your current development, recent development. So all these topics, the border dispute, the importance of Bhutan, the historic relations we have, the close economic ties, the strategic ties, and the cultural relations, they're all equally important for your mains and even for your prelims. All right. So identify the border states. Go back to the map. Go back to the first map that I showed you. Identify which Indian states share the border with Bhutan. That's another important exercise for you, for your prelims. All right. So with this, I complete my detailed discussion of the Himalayan states. We have covered both Nepal and Bhutan in as much detail as possible. So let's stop here for today. Let's look at your questions and doubts. Tomorrow, we'll start with the eastern neighbors of India. We'll start with Bangladesh, and in the next class, we'll look at Myanmar. So now from Himalayan states, we are going to shift our attention to eastern neighbors of India, that is Bangladesh and then Myanmar. Got it? So tomorrow, it's going to be India, Bangladesh. So now, let's see what questions and what doubts are remaining. Ashutosh is asking, why do we carry out military exercises? What benefits do we get from it? See, when you conduct a military exercise with a foreign military, it builds cooperation between the armed forces. It promotes interoperability. If ever in the future, if you have to conduct a joint operation in the real world, the bonds which are built, the sharing of knowledge which is built, will help in conducting such joint operations. Right? You can understand the strategies of each other, understand the training, understand the weapons and equipment, and if required, you can pull them together in a joint operation when you have a common threat. So military exercises not only build relations between the military forces, but they also help in interoperability. They can operate together, work together to deal with a real threat in the future. That is the advantage of military exercises. Sneha is asking how tourism visa process is handled in Bhutan if there is no embassy. See, today it's an online world. You don't need to have physical embassies. If, let's say, foreign tourists have to come to Bhutan, let's say American wants to come to Bhutan, right? There is a portal for that. They can apply, they can get the travel document, they have to pay an entry fee. They're given this travel document and they can enter Bhutan. So that is an arrangement which can be easily handled. Shreyank is asking, what if Bhutan, just like Nepal, changes its stance towards India and becomes pro-China? It's unlikely to happen because Bhutan has been a trusted, reliable friend. It has never done that in the past. It's unlikely that it will do it in the future. Next, Shreyank is asking why Nehru government was silent on Tibet's annexation. No, you got it wrong. Nehru government was not silent on Tibet's annexation. We'll discuss this under India-China. When we come to India-China, of course, we'll discuss the boundary dispute. We'll talk about the 1962 war, the crisis in Tibet. So there I'll explain the position of the Nehru government. India wasn't silent. We opposed it. That's why we took the refugees as well, right? So we'll address this in the later part when we come to India-China. Next, Aditi is asking, why didn't Indian Army notice the construction of road and settlement when China tried to start this again? Why didn't India stop it? See, the challenge here is China is a more dominant power. If India wants to counter every move of China, it could lead to an escalation. The point is, are we ready? Are we ready for an escalation? If China decides to retaliate, right? India will be at the receiving end. Even though India is a formidable military power and a nuclear power as well, we know that China is a much more superior military power. That's the ground reality. You need to accept that. Be it in terms of military strength and economic strength, China is vastly superior to India. So there is a sense of hesitation within the Indian government, within the Indian armed forces, that any unnecessary escalation from the Indian side could lead to a retaliation from China. And we are not prepared for that. Even though we can stand up to China today in a much better way because of the last 20 years of modernization, still we are on the back foot as China is a much more dominant, superior power. So you always have to keep that in mind. Surya is asking, Bhutan trusted India even when Sikkim joined India. Then why did Nepal fear India? See, what works for Bhutan may not work for Nepal. Not every country is the same. Not every person is the same, right? Like your thinking would be different from my thinking. Obviously, Bhutan's thinking was different. Bhutan never felt threatened when Sikkim merged with India, but Nepal did. If you ask why, you have to ask the Nepali leaders back then who felt threatened. So it's apples and oranges. You can't really compare them. Next, Deepika is asking, so the way Bhutan became self-sufficient and its relations with India, which helped in its sustainable growth, can it be extrapolated to all the countries in the world to ensure sustainable development and world peace? But can we provide such utopian views in our answers? Definitely, why not? I know it is a very far-fetched goal to achieve such sustainable development, but you can give a suggestion saying that the model of development we have followed with Bhutan, it's something we can replicate, right? Which is a low emission path, a cleaner path that's safer for the environment. That's what the world is focused upon. The world is focusing on cleaner technologies, renewable energy, and India Bhutan relation is an example. So you can definitely quote that as an example. But applying the same everywhere may not be practically feasible. Bhutan is a very small country with a very small population. So what works for Bhutan may not work for every country. So that is also there that you have to take that into account. But definitely you can suggest it in your answer. Nothing wrong with that. Bhavya is asking, what if Bhutan comes under pressure and gives up Jakalung, Pasamlung and Doklam is taken by China? What should India do? See, again, it's unlikely to happen. Bhutan will not agree to such an exchange. Let's see. We can't predict the future. Anything might happen, right? Maybe Bhutan will come under pressure, or it may not come under pressure. It may stand with India. It may switch to China. We don't know the future. Let's see how things goes. But India definitely opposes any such changes. India will try to take measures to ensure that such an exchange will not happen. And we have faith in Bhutan that Bhutan will not take up such a position. Bhutan has never done anything to harm India, and it's unlikely that will change. But let's see, let's wait and watch. We can't predict the future. The border talks are going on. It will be fast tracked in the next few months. So you will see this in the newspaper again. You will see some updates on the boundary talks between China and Bhutan. So please pay attention to those news articles. All right. So guys, these are the questions. So let's end the session for today. Tomorrow, we'll start with the eastern neighbors of India, beginning with India, Bangladesh. I hope it was a good session. Do let me know how it went in the comments. And also, don't forget a feedback form has been shared with you for the previous class. The last class that you had, the last week. For that, a feedback form has been shared. Please fill it out. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. Till then, take care. Have a good day.